Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Drop that in there. Oh shit. Because every time I do this, I'm fucking shit up. All right. Put that in there. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. Welcome to another Friday Night Lectures. I might end up taking these damn glasses off. I don't know yet. Black is a myth. Actually, I'm going to take these glasses off. Fuck that shit. Turn this light down a little bit like that. All right. The thought process. I was listening to 3-6 Mafia earlier this week, and it came through. I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, bust your head. Then I just got into this trance of listening. I was listening to like 3-6 Mafia. Every head busting anthem I listened to this week. And while I was listening to every head busting anthem this week, I was reading on something came to my, like I was in the middle of a damn dream. I was just going somewhere and I was listening. Yeah. And I was thinking about, I don't remember the name of the movie, but any movie when they were talking about drinking out of the skulls, we read the histories about drinking out of skulls to absorb their energy, eat their hearts to absorb their energy. And then I really started thinking about the brain barrier. I started thinking about the barriers that keep us locked into certain spaces, the things that keep us locked in. Not only when you're doing the shadow work towards your heart chakra and you know you got to remove those residues and those things from your heart that hold you down, that are holding you back. I was thinking about mental breakdowns. I was thinking about the skull enclosures. I was just really thinking about, that was really on my mind heavy. So then I thought about it and I was like, the mind is all, universe is mental. I just started putting things together. And then it hit me in reflection. If everything is a reflection of the universe, is a reflection of me, is a reflection of us in that aspect, Ashe, Ashe, then the magnetosphere that keeps you locked in to that code, the code of the cipher of Ketha. You study the aspects. When you're studying Ketha, you study the Kabbalah, and we go into these aspects. We're going to go into some of these aspects tonight. And I thought about meltdowns. I thought about mental breaks. I thought about meltdowns. I thought about all this stuff that started coming to me. And then I really thought about what stops you after you have a explosion, after you get mad, after you get upset, after you feel some type of way, a breakdown, and you feel like it's the end of the world. The things that you go back to, remember, it's based on that aspect of our identity, our ego. So I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, the magnetosphere keeps everything, keeps the heat, keeps everything in balance. But the balance that you're in, if it's based upon the traumas that you've been through, the things that you've been through in that nature, the traumas, the trials, all of these things that you've been through, and you have a breakdown, you have a meltdown, and then you're sitting on your grandmother's couch, you're sitting on your homegirl couch talking about he did it again, you're sitting on your homeboy couch, you're sitting on you're sitting on her homegirl's couch, best friend's couch talking about, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. What are you going back to? And then I thought of, then it just clicked. I was like, you're going back to your ego. So when I thought about the head busting anthems, and how that's chaos. That's chaos magic. That's chaos magic. And I think about the aspect of death and how that lines into this. I think about sustaining the barrier of your humanity, sustaining the barrier of your very humanity, your very existence. So you're not really going outside of anything. So then I think about these codes. I think about the magnetosphere. I think about the longitude. I think about latitude. I think about these points. I think about the contradictions that were written into when you study the Kemetic sciences and the contradictions that were automatically written into it. And then I start noticing the pattern. I start seeing that pattern. And then you see the repeat pattern of staying within that barrier. Vote or die. Let's vote. Let's get mad. Let's boycott an entertainer. Let's boycott based on our emotions. Let's not do this based on this. Let's not go too far out. Don't go too far out to the sun or you'll get burned. I just start thinking about these things, and in my Titan mind, there's no rationale to that thought process. There's no rationale to it. There's no real logic other than because you'll hurt yourself or you'll die, or there's always this extreme that if you don't understand or you're still stuck within whatever trauma bond, whatever emotional imbalance, you'll stay in that space. You'll never reach your potential because you're stuck in a barrier. And if you don't understand, it's one thing to know that there's a barrier. There's one thing not to know there's a barrier. There's another thing to know there's a barrier. But there's a whole nother process in coming into the understanding of that barrier, that reflection, the reflection of your auric field. Based on your auric field is the magnetosphere that you're stuck in. Challenging it to go further beyond where you are at. But if we think about the aspect, someone says something about gravity, all these things that keep everything locked in, and then you'll have an argument about the flat earth model, or you'll have aspects of, the flat earth model, or this shit or that, whatever it may be. But all of these things strengthen that barrier of your identity, trying to pick one side or the other, trying to keep yourself locked into a space, just trying to fit in. Instead of challenging that very barrier to actually expand your mind. What's the fear aspect? A lot of people will constantly go back to what is safe, just not to break that barrier. They'll allow their auric field to become totally fucking clouded just to stay in a certain space. People stay too long around certain individuals because of something's broken inside them, and they don't see that broken aspect, that leak that's inside, that leaking of their energy. They're leaking their light into this space because they're afraid to go back into the dark or deal with the dark aspects of themselves. We get stuck in. Here's one question. Here's a fucking question. Something to think about. If in one breath an individual can say, you are not given anything good from the slave master. You are not given anything good from your clone, your reflection outside yourself. You're not getting anything good. So you'll hold on, you'll get rid of everything, Motherfuckers will throw religion out the window. Motherfuckers will throw all this shit out the window, but you cling on to one aspect. And I got into this aspect when I did the blackface lecture. But you hold on to the black aspect. That's the last shred of your identity for a lot of us that we don't want to let go of. You do not want to let go of that the identity of being black. But in order to understand the mask, you have to take the mask off and sit it down so you can look at it. So if every mythos can be traced all the way, man, I traced that myth all the way back to Kemetic. I've traced that all the way back to Morris, and that means this, this, and this. It don't give a fuck what the fuck it mean based on the definition that you're giving it to sustain this space. It doesn't matter at this. It doesn't fucking matter. You can argue it back and forth. They're stealing this. They're taking this from us. These are the same individuals that will go back and forth based on emotion, talking about one person over another person, saying they're not this because they're not doing this or whatever it may be. You get stuck in this. You get stuck trying to battle your identity, staying within a barrier based upon the shit that's on your fucking heart. So now you want to argue. Now you want to put yourself in a position that's not doing anything for you. You're still in it. A lot of motherfuckers are still in that same fucking position because they have the information, because they want that information to mean something in that space. They can't let go because there's something there holding them there. There's a tether that's there. There's a line of land. They're on that line. They're in that line. They're in that crosshairs. And they're afraid to actually let go of what needs to be let go of in order to take themselves to the next fucking level. But what if I said that we understand that everything is you say everything is fucking numbers. So everything has a cryptic code. But you won't take the time you're stuck within what would be the traditional aspects of things. You're still going back and forth saying to yourself, I got to go to work every morning because why? The fucking safety net? Is that the reason why you go to your work job every day, the safety net? You repeat this tiring struggle of you're depressed and then you're unproductive. And then you're unproductive because you're depressed. You go through this cycle in your mind, trying to make everything fit into your space. And in order to further escape inside of a space that's already constricted, you fill that space with more shit. And not even shit that's actually reflections of your higher, but it's a reflection of the frequency that you're on. Everything around you, you become attached to, but you don't have a true connection to. You're following your trauma of, I don't want to go without this again. So now you're stuck in that space of, I don't want to go without this again. You're afraid to put in that password because that password has a double meaning. That's why you won't accept actually using the code. I can read a fucking, I've seen people one aspect that I thought about, I always thought about black people and old heads back in the day. They will always go get their numbers, always play their numbers. Bookies, go grab their numbers, go play their scratch fives and pick sixes and all this shit. And they would literally be unconsciously coding over and over and over again, trying to crack this code in this space. Every single day, they'll go grab every fucking number book. They'll go buy every fucking pamphlet, everything that is an aspect of, okay, cool, I got these numbers. But what stops them from actually using that information to go to the next level? They'll invest hundreds of thousands. There was like back, like, I think she probably still go to that same fucking gas station that's on the corner. She'll spend up to where it's about $600, $700, $800, $900 in a week on playing the lottery, playing them numbers, coding in them numbers. And then in my mind, I would sit there and I always get stuck behind her because I always had to get gas from there. And I sit there and be like, she spends almost $900 a week in numbers. Why wouldn't she, or just anybody for that aspect? But the first thing you tell them is like, yo, you can invest in stocks, real estate. The money that you spend in every month in this, you can actually go do this, and this. Now you can do cryptocurrency. You can do all of these aspects of that. And they'll be like, nah, I don't trust that. That's something that I don't know. And then it becomes the intellectual ceiling, the intellectual floor, the foundation. Most rather keep that foundation intact. Their foundation, no matter how cracked it is, no matter how stressed it is, no matter how uneven it is, no matter how stressed that fucking foundation is, they rather keep it intact instead of breaking that bitch all the way back the fuck down and starting over. Going back to a beginning. They rather continuously end. Most individuals are in this continuous end because anybody that is in an understanding is when you come here, that's the ending. That's the ending of a cycle you came in. We always want to put ourselves in this aspect. We look at it backwards because we're not understanding that if the light comes in and it switches in my fucking eyes and turns everything I'm looking at is backwards until my mind turns that shit around, then why would I not be able to look at what I'm looking at as not the ending, but is the beginning? We're in the beginning, not the ending. I think about, I'm going to jump to another aspect. I think about the thought process of what made me think about the ending to the beginning was when I look at movies, I look at Hellboy, I look at movies, I look at alien heads, I study the Anunnaki, I studied all these, you study these aspects. You look at old pictures of heads, the heads were elongated. The skull kept getting smaller and smaller. The nucleus became smaller and smaller because it was no longer able to take in the information because it was going into a state of stasis. Similar to a butterfly, similar to a caterpillar going into the cocoon, it gets to a certain fatness, and then it wraps itself up, then it comes out. Similar to when you put a seed into the ground, it has to crack in order for it to start germinating. So when I take these thought processes into my mind and I look at myself 10 years ago, I can just go back to 10 years ago. Hell, I can't even remember February anymore. But I can go back 10 years ago and think about the aspects of where I was and where I'm at now. And it's two different aspects. It's two totally different images. The images are different. I'm not that same individual that I was back then. I've unlocked a certain amount of light, and I've allowed myself to extend through those multiple breakdowns. What did I learn through each one of these breakdowns that came through in my life? This is where a lot of people start to get stuck at when it comes to your aspects of your shadow work. That same code that you punching in to advance yourself is also self-destructing the humanity. So when you see people, I've not seen so many vote things in my mailbox in my life, and I don't fucking vote. I've never voted. Never voted. It didn't make sense to me. Like, why? Even though I would, and this is from the aspect, I would listen to all of the information that was given, and I'll be like, yo, it just doesn't resonate with me. As much information, I took it in, like, okay, cool, maybe you do this. Just because you don't vote for the president don't mean you don't gotta vote for your local. I was like, wait, it doesn't fucking matter. Because it's always gonna be the same result. Because if it's not the same result, then why the fuck would you need to vote? One aspect that I thought about with voting is in this illusion of voting, in all these years of fucking voting, I think it's like almost 180 fucking years of fucking voting, they've not once voted for new houses, new Congress, new Senate, new none of that shit. Some of these motherfuckers have been in there for 50, 60, 70, 80 some odd fucking years. So if I'm not changing the internal, what the fuck does the external mean? If I'm not changing the internal is what matters. That's what I get from the aspect of fuck going back and forth talking about, man, we need to vote for our rights and we need to be citizens and all that shit. Since you're so fucking emotional and you stuck on this in this aspect, do you even think about that the motherfucking senator that has been in there for fucking 36, 37, 40 fucking years? This nigga been in there ever since he was like fucking 30. This motherfucker is now 80. There's niggas that are in the Senate. There's niggas that are in the Congress. There's niggas in this aspect, in this space, that have been in there for like 70 fucking years. Longer than the president themselves. They've been in there for multiple aspects and terms. So that gives me a reflective point of like, yo, it doesn't matter what the fuck I do on the external. It's only about the internal. Only the internal matters. Only the inner work matters. So while you battle back and forth about that shit, like, what the fuck does it mean? You're still bringing life. You're still giving energy to a space because you're not working on your internal. What the fuck they got to work on their internal for? That's not what they're set there for. You put yourself into this program of state of mind, continuously doing the same thing over and over and over again. Then you get upset. Then you got the emotional imbalance. Then you're wondering why your life is still fucked up. Because you still trying to go grasp at shit that let the dead lay where the dead lay. You keep reanimating the dead subjects, the dead thought forms, your traumas, the issues that you have not dealt with inside of yourself. That's how these individuals keep reanimating. You keep saying niggas ain't shit. You keep saying bitches ain't shit. You keep saying that this person ain't this and this person ain't this. Are you looking at the reflection in front of you and looking at the information and not looking at it based on the fucking emotion and taking what you can take from it and moving the fuck on? Instead of trying to find something outside of you to guide you, or rather not guide you, but lead you to some promised aspect, waiting for something else to give you what the fuck you need. This is what, when I think about this, this is how I question literally everything, how everything is set up. If you've always been based in trauma, if you have not dealt with the traumas, if you have not dealt with the things of your past, your childhood, all those aspects, the life cycles, if you haven't dealt with it, how the fuck do you know what anything of health or of worth is if you do not understand and you do not understand your inner workings. You've been given a basis of, I can hear somebody literally say out of their fucking mouth, and they'll be like, you'll break it down to this fundamental aspect or this fucking mundane shit. My man got to do this, and he got to have this and this, and shorty got to do this and this and this, because you're going on an old base. You're going on an old basis that can't even sustain in this space anymore, because the mindset ain't even there anymore. You're going from the aspect of, do you continuously want to serve? And if you are serving, what are you providing that is going to bring an impact into the space that you're doing, where you're doing it at? Where's your impact? The bare minimum does not work at this level. That's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing that shit right now. Motherfuckers arguing back and forth still. Motherfuckers talking about, motherfuckers are still in that stuck aspect of being woke. They're stuck in this aspect of being woke. I got some fucking nigga. What the fuck that doesn't fucking matter? Because all that's doing is giving you more shit to attach to. You need something to challenge you and take you out of the space that you're in. The whole purpose is not only dying before you die. That's the aspect of busting your head to the fucking white meat, allowing that fucking shit to ooze the fuck out, so you can actually fucking look at it and be like, nigga, that's what's been in my head this entire time. That's what's been clouding my judgment the entire time. Because your entire brain the entire brain barrier has been strengthened based on all the lifetimes and the cycles of trauma. So you want to get back to building fucking pyramids. You want to get back to building pyramids. And the highest that these motherfuckers can go in most motherfucking times is the white man ain't shit. Nigga, that's the furthest aspect of light of you. That's why it refracts everything. It can't go any further. It only can recycle the light that you give it, the attention that you give it. Just like anything else, you keep giving it your attention, then you keep giving it your attention, trying to prove some tough fucking point to somebody. The fuck you think you're gonna keep getting? The same fucking shit. It's gonna keep happening. The same cycle over and over and over again. If you have not understood to break them old, in order for you to do anything in that space of what you're wanting to actually align yourself with, you have to break the old cycle. Because all you're doing, that energy any energy that you're pulling down ain't even coming down to that same level of frequency any fucking more. So you stuck in a myth. You stuck in, we black because Kemetic meant black. Okay, cool. Let's get fucking past that. What the fuck were you before that? In the same breath, a motherfucker say you black, then they'll say some shit that don't make no fucking sense. It sounds intellectually on point. Like, yo, that shit that sounded fucking out of this fucking work. That's the shit that sounded fucking crazy. Then motherfuckers confuse craziness with motherfuckers actually being, the aspect of becoming spiritual is becoming more grounded. In your humanity, you are not grounded. In humanity, you are not grounded, because humanity is an inherent fucking cycle of life, of death, and going over and over and over again. So are you willing to challenge? You want to be this multidimensional being of light. That means you're gonna have to challenge yourself past the point to really see if your ass is motherfucking stepping on that fucking ledge. It sounds good to say, but then the most motherfuckers get to a certain point, then they have conversations talking about, yo, we need to have businesses, and we need to have this, and this. It's like, where is your foundation? Where is the foundation of what you're trying to say that you want to bring into this space? What is your foundation? If your foundation is still built on the same shit that motherfuckers ain't dealt with, and you just want to patch up some cracks, and then you want to build on top of that shit, your shit's always gonna fall. 9 times out of 10, that's why most of this shit keep fucking falling. Because it's in a constant state of it's in a constant state because it's the original point of how it was created. I'm not creating anything based on the factoid of saying that I'm not creating shit in my fucking life to say because the white man said I could not do it. I'm not ascertaining to anything based on being pro any fucking thing. I'm the fucking anti-hero. I'm the fucking villain. I'm the anti-hero. I'm the fucking villain. And I'm going to stay the fucking villain. I'm going to stay everything that's anti-fucking humanity. I'm going to stay everything that's anti-fucking nigga or white. I'm going to stay anti all that shit. Because it's time for me to, because the mindset that I'm in on that 5D mindset and my quantified mindset is that if I have the ability to create and it's sustained based on what the fuck I have based on what's in my mind, if anything that I'm sustaining is based on what I have in my mind, why the fuck would I need to have that dumb shit in my fucking head? Why do I need a state of oppression? I don't need somebody to constantly get on the fucking screen and tell me that there is some shit about fucking white people are this and white people are that. I don't pay attention to that shit. And since I don't pay attention to that shit, guess what I get to fucking read? I get to go read how these motherfuckers took the information that they took our information from us, and then you can't say they took your shit from you and then said they created something. You see how the contradiction don't fucking make sense? Do you see why your mind is fucking confused? Do you see why you're continuously being fucking angry? Because you stuck on some shit. Yeah, they took our shit, man. But at the same time, yeah, then they created this right here. They created this. Nigga, they didn't create shit. Either they created something or they stole it. Either they created it or they stole it. You got two fucking choices. Either they created it or they stole it. But let's take both of those off the fucking table. Because every fucking story, every creation story, every fucking creation story. Exactly. Every creation story down to the aspect of the PDF dirt. I actually started reading through that the other day. I was actually led to read through it the other day. Every fucking creation story tells you how you created that aspect and what they fucking were used for. At best, they are the custodians of your information. You ain't got nothing to worry about them using it because they can't use it past a certain point. They don't have the genetic, they don't have the light codes. They don't have the light codes. So then you tell yourself over and over and over again, they took it. Nigga, then go read the shit. Man, so then you say they take it, and then you get it back, and then you spend 10, 15, 40 fucking years debating back and forth with other motherfuckers about the same information. So neither one of y'all have taken it, neither one of y'all have seeded the information into your fucking self to actually use it for anything. Meanwhile, they just sitting there doing the same fucking shit. They can every year, when we'll say year in this aspect, every year they do the same fucking shit. Even up to this moment right now, they do the same fucking shit. And then you look for somebody to argue that shit back and forth, and say, yeah, man, yeah, they out there doing all they dirt, and they doing all that shit with their dirt, and they doing all this shit with themselves. They doing all that negative shit, man. They fucking up the planet. Let them fuck the fucking planet up. They fucking up the fucking prison. You keep looking for reasons to stay here. You keep looking for reasons to stay here. And then you come closest to the aspects of your own fucking life, since you're so busy thinking about that dumb shit out there. And now you got on fucking jewels, and you got on a fucking headdress, and you saying that's what the fuck you are, and you now explaining what the fuck you wearing and why the fuck you wear it. Where the fuck are you going with it? There's 50-year-old niggas up in Harlem fucking right now, walking back and fucking forth, wearing the same unk that they fucking got when they first came into their state of consciousness, and have not met a level of enlightenment. They just like playing dress up. Then come closest to the aspects of your life when it comes to you actually doing the work that you need to fucking do. You can't stay charged. You always wonder why your energy's going up and down, because you have not dealt with the internal aspects. But you'll go and make that dumbass vote for America's Next Top Model. You'll tune into fucking American Idol. You'll tune into some shit and vote, hit, click, like for attention on some shit. Because it's a reflection of your, yeah, man, that's me right there. That's black people right there. That's what we are. Almost 97% of the shit that I do, 90% of the shit that I do image-wise, just looking at the state of the imagery, just looking outside, looking at the state of fucking imagery of looking at the youth right now. We'll say the youth right now. These niggas got on Thrasher shirts. These niggas got fucking 75 fucking different colors in their fucking head. And now the same thing your grandparents said, your aunts, your uncles, your mothers said, there's niggas saying that shit about the youth right the fuck now. Because you can't even understand the fucking pattern. That the shit is just cycling itself over and over and over again. But you thinking that you did something fucking new. Because you keep giving energy to dead shit. You keep giving energy to the dead thoughts. Getting into these dead thoughts, I thought. You'll literally, a motherfucker will literally get upset and voice their, and this is what blows my fucking mind. Somebody will put up something and it's become almost cliche, because at the end of the fucking statement, sis, he didn't do this, da 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 da. The reason he ain't around you right now is because he over at that other chick house. Stay woke, sis. So I see shit like that. I'm like, well, woke has become commercial. I saw consciousness becoming commercial. I saw consciousness becoming commercial when I saw the fucking Undercover Brother, the second one that was on Netflix. I was like, oh, that's just commercial as fuck. You got fucking niggas saying shit and it's not that fucking deep. They're not saying any fucking thing. It's not saying anything. It's not challenging your thought process. It's not making you feel any type of way. It's not making you better. It's making you feel good. So it's keeping you in this constant euphoric thought process of keeping your identity intact. It's like I read a message, someone sent me a message, it was like, yo, do I really have to change the way I look in order to, I was like, no, because subsequently, as you evolve into your higher self, you're naturally going to change. You're naturally going to, you have, it's an inherent fact. You're going to change. How you change is going to be based upon you. It's not an external state factor. Most motherfuckers keep this external state of being thinking that if I keep changing that fake it to you aspect, if I keep saying that I'm conscious, I'll become conscious. But that's not the code. That's not the password. Just because you go to your grandmother's, just because you go to your grandma's house or your people's house every fucking holiday season, and you like to say, I don't eat this because the white man did this on Thanksgiving and this on Christmas. Who the fuck gives a fuck? Quit giving fucking life. Quit reanimating dead fucking thought processes. Because that's all you're doing. All these motherfuckers keep continuously doing is reanimating the dead factors to keep feeding. Remember, it's the aspect of balance. So if on this side, I'm anti-Christmas, I'm anti-religion, I'm anti all this, that means on this side, the religion is the key and all of this aspect and all that bullshit is on this side. It keeps it in balance. So while you sitting here going back and forth trying to keep yourself, I'm anti this and I'm pro black and everybody else is cooning and nigga, they ain't because they ain't thinking about economic. Nigga, if you really were doing what it actually took to do what the fuck you were saying to do, shit would fucking change. Shit would inherently involve. It would actually do something. To sit here every single day and say, you're saying that you need an economic plan to motherfuckers that have a 12 times 12 mindset. The 12 times 12 mindset is 12 times 12 is 144. So if I make $12 an hour and I work 12 hours, I make $144. So then taxes gonna get taken out. Then they're gonna take the check out for my baby mother and shit to pay for the kids. And then so I gotta work over 40 hours to get this money. Nigga, how can you tell somebody what an economic plan when they're stuck in the mindset of 12 times 12? They happy making their 12 times 12. Anything that's gonna challenge their 12 times 12, they're going to revolt against naturally. So that goes into the same aspect when you keep trying to put this same information into a motherfucker's hands that's not taking it in. It does not mean that you keep going harder. Because the first thing that's going to happen, just like if I do a consultation and I do a shadow reading and I break down the aspects of, because in a shadow reading is what you need to accept, what you need to forgive, what you need to release, what you need to learn, where you're going to learn, where you're going to get your healing recovery, and where you're going to find your help from. So if I break that down, the next aspect of what I'm breaking down in this, when I'm breaking that down to them, is the example of telling them that everything that you're doing is an example of you. Everything in your environment is an example of you. So if something in your environment is in conflict, something internally inside you is in conflict. If you feel like you're in an aspect of being rushed, if something outside of you is rushing you, that means there's an aspect inside of you that you need to stop fucking rushing. And then we go through the whole breakdown. And then that's where that guidance comes from. Whether it's once, twice a week. I got some clients right now that we're doing breakdowns 3 times out the fucking week. And then after that initial process, because it can be the first initial round is like for yes, taking yourself into that. Okay, cool. Because I've had people literally send me information. They'll send me an email. They'll send me a text. They were like, yeah, I want to know what crystals I need to cleanse my energy. Or I need to know this about crystals or stones. And I'll look at the message and I'll look at the fucking message. Like I'll be looking at my phone. Okay. You want to know what crystals are to do this? Yeah. That's not what's going to help you do anything. That's not what I do. I can teach you and show you, but remembering everything is only an enhancement of you. Everything on me is is invoked in charge to me. It's not an aspect. I can like the other day, like I was like, ooh, let me see something real quick. I took my pinnacle piece. I held both things up and I was like, I just started asking myself questions. And my energy kept swinging that bitch back and forth because I understood the aspect of the potential energy I was pulling down from my left and my right of understanding the balance of myself. My shit stays in balance. It's an enhancement of you. You have to push yourself past this barrier in order to even use the talisman for how it's supposed to be used any fucking way. It's only a reflection of you. So when I look down at my fucking chest and I look down, every piece has a meaning that means an aspect of myself. I'm not wearing it so I can be like, yeah, man, I got the newest because you know I can break down that aspect. But the key aspect of when you're taking in the information is how are you using it in your everyday fucking life? It's not me moving in my purpose, me moving in my space. I don't have to worry about, yes, I don't have to worry about having to sit at any fucking position or trying to fit in anywhere because every time I go somewhere, my fucking energy shifts to fucking space. That's based off pure fucking facts for me. Like if I go into a space, if I have a conversation, if I do a consultation, if I'm doing a session, the energy automatically shifts within the space. I'm not worried about, so how you feel about, man, the cops don't bother you? The cops don't fucking bother me. I'm in a whole fucking different parallel universe because when I do when I do go up my timeline feed, if it do show me some shit about fucking cops beating on black people, I never fucking see it. It's not in my mind because I understand the historical purpose of. Once you understand the historical aspect or the historical or the intellectual properties of the space of what it is, you can manipulate for your own fucking game. So if every fucking day I go outside and I can like literally like I go for a walk before every fucking lecture and I walk out this door right now, if my mind was on I'm suppressed or I'm oppressed and I'm intellectual property of somebody else, then of course the police or the slave catcher or the only thing a cop's original purpose was protecting the intellectual property of the master. Protecting the intellectual property of the master or protecting the master's emotions. What kept because think about it. So you get mad when a cop, they're doing what they're fucking trained to do. You're a slave to the program. That's why they can do it to you. They can show you that shit every fucking day. And you'll sit there and be like, oh my God, bring back Breonna Taylor. Bring back this person. Because your aspect goes in when the stress hit, when that stress hits that point, Where you're supposed to expand, you contract. So it doesn't matter how many fucking it doesn't matter what the fuck you got on, how pro-black you are. Because in the reality of it, when the shit happens and you now upset because that shit happened, you go right back you contract into your natural self. We've been oppressed for too long. We've been struggling for so long. You go right back to the same old fucking speech. You go right back looking for a motherfucker to say the same shit to your ass in agreement with the fuck you just said. This is why we need this and we need schools. And you had that shit all fucking ready. You already had it. You had Black Wall Street. You had that shit all fucking ready. So what is it? What is it that you fucking really, what do you really want? What are you really doing? What are you really doing? You stuck in that 12 by 12 box. You like your 12 by 12 box. You like being able to, on the weekends, speak on some shit and then go back to your fucking job. You like that shit. You like to tread that line, that thread. You like to thread that line through that little needle, and you like to poke at others. You like to poke at others. You like to do the little pokes at other people in that little tapestry and keep everything locked into that little space. So you can say that you were a fighter. You can say that you were a warrior. You can say that what the fuck you were. You like doing that shit. You like saying, nigga, fuck Jesus. So to a nigga like me, I'm looking at you like, nigga, so you saying fuck yourself? Niggas still will go around and talk about, niggas will constantly go around and say shit about fucking demons and niggas is demons and this shit. I'm like, nigga, wait. I thought that demon and etymology meant magic, intelligence. So it's untapped intelligence, untapped magic, or intelligence, or the deified aspect. Until you understand the deity itself, you can't interface with the energy. So it becomes negative until you make it positive, until you put your light into that dark space. So niggas is demons still. White people are still the devil. That is the state of fucking consciousness where these niggas are still going back and forth battling. The white man is the fucking devil. Niggas is fucking demons. Peace. Niggas, you really still moving in that fucking mindset, and you wondering why you have not shifted any. You're wondering why you seem that you're still more constricted because you are contracting. You're contracting in the old aspect. Get to the real factoid. What happened between you and your mother? What happened between you and your father? Get to some real shit in your inner workings of yourself. Because until you do that, you're going to keep doing the same fucking process. My whole aspect of my entire fucking purpose. I remember I always carry that same thought in my mind. I was like, yo, if I had, there was always that thing my father would always tell me. He was like, yo, if I had, my father fucked me up when he said, he was like, yo, if I had somebody give me the information that I give you, I'd still be fucked up. And that shit fucked my head up. He was like, if I had someone give me the information I'm giving you, I'd still be fucked up. And I really had to think about that shit. And it wasn't until later on in fucking old mentalities, going through old mentalities, I really sat there and thought about it. It don't matter what information my pops gave me. If I wasn't ready for that light, then I couldn't use it. It doesn't matter what somebody gives you in the information until it can be simplified and synthesized. You can't even take that shit in. You got to get past that fucking barrier. the barrier that's been created based upon your identity. Most people are scared to release from their aspects of their identity. And the longer that they stay into that space of the longer that they stay within this space of their identity, they cannot take on the new challenges. So even when they do take on the new challenges, they cannot be consistent in grooming themselves in those new aspects. Do you know how many times I picked up fucking E-Trade shit? Everything from E-Trade to Scott Trade to all these them old trade shits. And I consistently would sit there and read it, and I'd be like, all right, cool. That shit made no sense to me. It didn't make sense to me. I'll look at it, but like all these aspects would come up in my fucking mind. Fears would come up like, man, what if I put the money in there and this happened? Or what if this happened? Because I still had an old mentality of that 12 by 12 mindset. I still was stuck in a space where it was like, yo, I got to go to my job and I got to make 40 hours to make $200. If I make 45 hours, I might make an extra $275, I might make $300. I was still stuck in that 12 by 12 cell, and the sun, that light wasn't hitting me the way it needed to hit me. I was still trying to prove things on that lower level of vibration. No matter how much, it didn't matter how many button-ups I wore, how many ties I had on. It didn't matter how nice my shoes were. It didn't matter what watch I put on at that fucking time. It didn't fucking matter because I was stuck in the consistency of keeping my external state intact. And all I was doing was reanimating the dead shit around me. I wasn't dealing with the issues between my mother and the shit that she did down the fucking line. I wasn't dealing with the shit that my pops said did. I wasn't dealing with these aspects in my life. So it didn't matter what the fuck I did at that point in time. I kept falling into the same fucking shit. I kept doing the same fucking thing. It didn't matter what car I got, what house I had. It didn't matter what the fuck I had because I kept doing the same fucking shit anyway. Whether it was the exact thing to the T, whether it was the exact same type of fucking relationship, all the way to the exact same fucking job, it didn't matter what the fuck it was, I was still doing the same shit continuously because I was not dealing with the inner aspects of work that I had to do. I was not acknowledging the patterns. So if I'm not acknowledging the patterns, how can I activate anything? How can I understand that the contradictions, those points of those contradictions, those are my breakout points? Because I'm busy looking, man, I gotta make sure my bed look right. I gotta make sure I got the right shoes on. I gotta make sure I'm doing this right here. Because I wasn't dealing with the things that I needed to deal with. But I can say some shit that sounded fucking deep. I said shit that sounded fucking deep. But when it came time to the aspect of somebody would ask me how, I couldn't give them the answer. And then that sophisticated arrogance would have me in the mindset like, no, man, you just got to do it. I couldn't give them an answer. I couldn't give them an explanation. Because I had a fear that if I explained it to them and they didn't understand it, then how else do I validate my information? Because I was trying to keep the external state at a certain space, so I looked like I was in the place space. I looked like I was doing what the fuck I was on point. Most motherfuckers right now in this conscious, they stay in that mindset to make you think that they got shit going on point. They like to be in front of cameras. They like to be in front of that fucking screen and giving you information or speaking on things based on the emotional aspect of shit that you already should have fucking evolved from. They give you a whole fucking 6-7 fucking minutes of some information. It sound deep. It sound fucking very good. And it has some good points in it. And if the points are there for you to grab, then they're there for you to grab. But at a point in time in your studies, as you studying all and following none, the information that you're taking in should be challenging you in a different, it should be challenging your mind in a different way and making you like, damn, why didn't I think of that? I wasn't ready for it yet. Let me look at how my life is set up right now and structured. This goes into everything from your job to your relationships to everything. We look at relationships on this lower level of aspect of relationships. For most people that are stuck within an aspect of trauma, they have not dealt with traumas, mother issues, father issues, whatever it may be. Mother issues, father issues, uncle, touch, whatever it may be. You reflect everything through that aspect of that. So you keep reanimating that trauma. But you're reanimating it in a sense of control. You ever looked at a victim of something, like a victim of sexual assault? Their natural aspect in their mind, because you have the natural aspect to recreate, but you're now using this energy from over in this space to create an opposite. You're trying to create an opposite, but you don't understand the information that was in this. So if I'm so busy in my mind trying to create an opposite or an escape route, I got to prove this, 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 I got to prove to my mom that just because my dad left me, that my dad left her, don't mean that any man's going to leave me. But you don't even understand the original reason of why your mom left you. Your mom and your dad weren't together no more. So if you don't understand this original purposing, this original cause, you're going to repeat that fucking effect. You're going to be too overly something because you're going to be like, my mom probably didn't show my dad enough love. So then your new development or thought process in your aspect of what you thought love was on a lower ass fucking frequency, which is actually just lusting. My mom didn't talk to my dad, so I'm gonna tell my man everything. It's a difference between speaking to somebody and actually talking at somebody and actually speaking to them. When I look at people trying to hold on to something without doing the internal work, I look at the individual and I'm like, you're not doing the internal work. And then you use the subsequent definition to sustain your argument of where the fuck you at. Like, for example, I don't have one gray hair, period. I'm 30 fucking 5 years old with I have no gray hairs. Period. I know niggas that are in their they're like 27 and got gray hairs. So in that aspect of thought, and they can give me every excuse that they want to use. They'll use whatever they're gonna say. Gray hairs mean wisdom and this, and this. And I'm like, nigga, I don't have any gray hairs. So I see where you're saying, I understand where you're coming from. I can take in the information that you're saying on that point, but that's not where I'm at. I don't have, so that's a contradiction for me. That's not a point that I'm going to be locked into. I'm not going to be locked into an end result. This is what you got to have to be this, and this. This is what you got to have to be this, and this. I don't tell people that shit because that's not how I move. That's not how I live. How can I break something down to somebody in reality of what the fuck it is if I'm using the filler aspects? I'm going to sprinkle this in, I'm going to sprinkle this in, and I'm going to sprinkle this in. That's not my point and purpose of what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah, most of them have melanin deficiency. You're not stimulating yourself. You got stuck in a position, shit that gets old dies. So you died in that aspect. You died in that space. I keep renewing myself. Every time that I come back, I'm in a whole renewed state of being. I spent 2.5 hours earlier this fucking morning I woke up at like 4, answering fucking emails and breaking down doing dream interpretations and setting up next week's line of fucking sessions and consultations. I'm always in a constant state of fucking renewal because I'm always in that constant state of trying to re-enlighten myself. I'm always challenging myself. That's the only way that you're going to go forward, especially when breaking down these fucking light codes and understanding the interface and the patterns of how that shit breaks down to here. Until you understand that aspect, how the fuck is you moving forward? You still want the economy, you want the economy to include you. You want laws to include you. You want shit to include you. You want shit to include the identity of you being black. But if I'm a multifaceted being of light, that means I'm everything on that fucking spectrum. Why would I settle for one? It's like motherfuckers that constantly yell, let's go back to Africa, let's go back to Africa, let's go back to Africa. Nigga, everything's over here any fucking way. Everything is shifted to here. Everything is now here. Everything is shifting. Everything shifts as the sun rises from the east and sets into the west. Right? No. It rises in the east and it sets in the west. Everything has been telling you to go this way, to go forward. But you want to keep getting attached to things that are back there. You want to be attached to something back there because you thought that's what my family, my mom went through. And my who the fuck cares any fucking more? If you're not going to work on it, what the fuck are you really doing? The highest level most of these motherfuckers get to is, nigga, I got 6 wives. I got wives. I got money. I'm doing this right here. I got this. And it may work for them. But that's where they're stuck at in their attachment. I can learn from that aspect, take some information from it and take it to the next level. But where are you telling me about codes with shit? Are you able to tell me how this magnetosphere is in reflection to my brain barrier, which is my brain barrier, my auric field, the magnetosphere? They're all in tandem and they're all in cycle. I'm supposed to be growing out of this aspect into this other cycle of my understanding every being of aspect of my life in that space. But you still want to do something down here. You working on shit down here. Your ego will have you thinking that if you bust through that fucking bubble, you bust through that fucking barrier, that your life is over. But as long as you keep cycling through this aspect of this space, your life is you just continuing the same fucking shit. You want to argue about fucking clones. You want to make an argument about fucking clones. But the information about the clones, if you take that shit in, you're like, yo, they're only repeating something that we've already done. They're repeating themselves. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. That shit's gonna continue. They keep making 3D replicas of motherfuckers. It's like somebody getting upset at somebody. It's like somebody sitting there in the aspect of saying, going through a whole fucking rant talking about that they just keep reanimating the dead. You can go watch the first Total Recall and see that shit. These motherfuckers paying for the information and then using the information, but you don't have the aspect of even knowing that the information can't be used by them. So you constantly keep going back and forth. You're battling these things because you're not understanding that reflection is something deeper that's inside of yourself. That is going to be your major key in what the fuck you're doing. I don't want to see another person or another. I don't want to. I can't even look at certain shit anymore because I'm like, damn, they running out of shit to say. They running out of shit to use. They running out of shit to say. I was going through my YouTube feed this earlier today, and on Sonetta TV, got niggas on there talking about the Biggie's first time in prison. Go down 3 more spots, you got niggas still battling about flat Earth. You got Jabari, which got some good information. You got the Black Minister Jesus nigga. They talking about the concept of flat Earth. So the information that they're using is in redundancy to keep this space in fucking cycle. They're not bringing any new information down. Meanwhile, how it's always been that it's a small group, it's a small batch that are actually in that enlightened space are talking about higher aspects of the technology and the information, decoding and breaking down shit, and then having whole other fucking conversations that all loop into that same aspect of thought process. Watering dead fucking plants. Mad because I don't care. I truly don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. It's like, it doesn't bother me. So what do you think about them killing up? Niggas die every day. What are you doing after they transition anyway? If you are really on your shit, that means you would understand that it's a transition, but you letting your emotions get in the way and clouding your fucking judgment. Man, they died too soon. They died too early, man. They killing our queens. They killing our babies. They killing. In retrospect, the reality, I've said it before and I'll say that shit every fucking time. Fuck them kids. Because if you're not doing anything subsequently to build for if you're not truly sitting there with your child and grooming them in the information that you have now taken in, and you're grooming them to unlock their gifts, unlock their energy, because there's way less trauma there's way less shit that they got to work through. But if you're not giving them the game, you're not giving them those gems, you're not giving them that information. Instead, you're saying to yourself, they ain't ready for it. That's a direct reflection of you. You're telling yourself you're not ready for it. That's what most motherfuckers are doing right now. They're truly not in that space. They're truly not in that mind. They're truly not in this mind frame to be able to do what the fucking needs to be done in the aspects of, nigga, are you willing to die for your shit? If not, then stop fucking talking about it. Niggas that die for dumb shit all the fucking time. Let's boycott Ice Cube because he's talking about vote for Trump. I watched 3 Ice Cube interviews when he was going back talking about what he was saying, and he said the same shit in every fucking interview. That is not what the fuck I said. I literally took my shit to both sides, the known that's in the light and the unknown that's in the dark, presented my case, and I'm gonna move from there. You can't do it, Pat. You can't go to both sides because you stuck on one side. You still stuck on the trauma bonds. You still stuck on, motherfuckers still stuck on, you stuck on this, but now you want to go get crystals and all these stones and talking about you saging and you doing all the external aspect, but you still ain't doing the internal work. It don't matter. Like, it truly does not fucking matter how many fucking orgon pyramids you put in your fucking crib if you ain't, how many pyramids you got in your house and candles you light up in your fucking crib if you go back to go doing the same fucking shit after it's done, treating it like a Sunday service. Niggas, consciousness is like Sunday fucking consciousness, and being woke is like Sunday service at a fucking church. Consciousness and being woke is like being at a fucking church on Sunday. Then you go there on Thursday, then some motherfuckers got Wednesday, then however that shit go. I never really went. But you just treating it like that. And then you're sitting like, okay, I feel good now. We talked about my yacht and staying in balance and all of these aspects, but you still ain't locked the fucking code. Can you recite every one of the laws can you recite the 42 laws of my yacht and say that you haven't done any of this shit? Or do you not understand that by you saying that, you're denouncing your human self? So once you speak these codes, what do you do next? I have not stole. I have not done this. I haven't done this. I haven't done all 42 laws. Okay, cool. I haven't done them. But what's your next process? What's your next point of the process? Because now that you've acknowledged that you haven't done it, what are you doing now? Now that you cleared your slate, now that you set yourself now that you set that intention, what are you doing after you set your intention? Everything that you do is built behind, everything you do reinforces the intention that you set to go forward. So you always should be going forward. You want to go through that motherfuckers will sit there and say every fucking day that, yeah, the boat and the rod boat and the sun boat and this boat and this boat, and that's the aspects of us, that's the aspects that's inside of us, that's inside of us. But they can never give you the true aspect of what the fuck the shit means. They never give you the true aspect of what the fuck it means. They'll show a whole aspect. I watched somebody put up a whole picture of, they were putting Ganesh next to the aspect of what part of the brain. They took Ganesh and they showed the lobes of the brain that it represented. They can show you the iris, the pineal gland. Okay, cool. They can show you all of these aspects. But then when it comes time to actually say, okay, cool, but what does that mean? They'll be like, yeah, they'll go back and repeat the same shit. It's redundancy. And when we think about these aspects of redundancy, reverting back to that natural self, that means they have not expired to go forward. The worst thing that you can do in your entire aspect of yourself is staying around individuals that are stuck within the trauma that you have not dealt with, thinking that they have potential, but they don't have potential. The reason that you're able to look outside of that space and look at it from the outside is because you have the potential. When I look at individuals, when I literally look at individuals in their faces, when I'm doing readings, when I'm doing consultations, when I'm doing a session, I literally can see their energy. I literally can see their inner child. I literally can see these things because I'm on the outside of the space. It takes you being on the outside of this space to be able to see these things for what they actually are. But that takes that amount of fucking work that it takes is what a lot of people are scared of, because it's going to challenge everything that's in their identity, the identity that made them them. And then you want to make things work or prove things are going to work based on you not fucking healing, based on you not doing the work that you need to do. So yeah, you may get a couple dollars. Yeah, you might get that house. Yeah, you might get that car. Yeah, you might get that. You might get the ring. You might get wifey material or whatever it fucking may be. But if you have not done the internal work, it doesn't matter what the fuck you have externally, it's always going to lead to dying. Because that's the cycle. It's going to die eventually. And you can continue to look outside, man. It was because of this, and this, and we just got tired of each other. Why did you get tired of each other? Because you broke that shit down into some fundamentally shit on. We paid the bills on time. We went on trips. We had cars. We had all this shit. But then we just needed more and more and more trips and cars and all this other shit. And it's like, do you see the pattern of you needing and wanting something? And now you have to subsequently make something even better, but you're not building any type of foundation. So you're steady floating around because you're not grounded. And then every pattern, everything that needed to come up comes up. If I take two individuals, most relationships are built now on the aspect of this person is benefit. It's a benefit package. So this person has a car. This person has a house. This person has the car. This person has a house. This person has a little bit of money. This person got a little bit of money. So they put their shit together, and they're using, this person now has a car. This person now has a place to stay. Now that agreement that came into that space, to reanimate this agreement, it has to have the same exact functions. That means the way that you came in is the way that you got to stay, or what's going to happen, because there's no aspect of growth on that trajectory. So if we together and you got a house and I got a car or whatever it may be, go back and forth. And if I get a car, now I don't have to depend on your car. So now the agreement changes. Now that I have my car and you have your car, do I have to continuously stay consistent in keeping your car gas tank filled? Do I got to consistently keep your car clean? These are things that come up in that aspect of where you're at. So when you're asking yourself, when you're getting something new, when you're acquiring new information, what are you doing with the information as you apply it? What changes and what boundaries are you now setting? What are you evolving into? What are you taking yourself to that next level? Or are you comfortable there? And if you're comfortable there, by all means, be comfortable there. But if you're not comfortable there, you feel like something inside you still empty, that means you still got work to do. That's how you know you got to do work. You know work by the discomfort. So if you sit in a position long enough and you feel like there's nothing to do, but then there's that I don't know yet, or that you're not doing it for them, you're doing it for yourself. You're setting your new boundaries. You're setting your new agreements. You're setting your new terms. You're understanding these codes that are within your mind that you have to tap into. Those contradiction points, this is how you're strengthening your auric field, by removing these old aspects out of that barrier, the brain barrier, that first barrier, that gray area that you continuously try to live in. Well, if I go to my mom's house on holidays only, then I only got to deal with her once a week. I got to deal with her once a year. So now in your mind, you got to create this space in your mind for you to get ready to go over to your mother's house. How about you challenge the fact and say, how about y'all come to my house? How about y'all come to my house for the holidays and see what they say? It's not based on the emotional. Because they say, nah, man, you vegan, man. I can't come to your house. You ain't got no food there. But all right, cool. That's more for me. this takes us into this mindset. And when we go forward, thinking about understanding these higher rhythms and codes, understanding where other motherfuckers have tapped into shit and how do I tap into it as well? How do I shift myself into the higher regions of my mind, the higher regions and higher stages and thought processes in order for me to do something more? Rather than me just investing in the same thing and I've been comfortable this entire time. How can I impact? How can I change the fucking how can I change and shift everything around me? Like this time next year, one of the plans for me is I'm going to be accepting the aspects of cryptocurrency as a currency to pay for my services. Everybody's not doing this shit. I know everybody's not doing this shit. But that's the next aspect of move for me. Because when I look into a space and everybody's still doing the same thing, that means that space has become saturated. That woke aspect, motherfuckers become saturated. Similar to motherfuckers still taking that worship aspect of wanting to be initiated into something because it's stuck on that initiation point. Because you were taught based on that subjective thought process. You want to be initiated into something else so you can feel safe, so you can feel like there's still no sense of responsibility for yourself. It sounds good to say I went and got some Marisha candles and I got them lit in my fucking house. But in the real aspects of me interacting with this information, me having a conversation, that's only an aspect of myself, the masculine and the feminine aspects of me. So if I sit here and a lot of my first aspects when I was dealing with it, when I was like going into trances and shit, and I was like fucking with Kali energy, and I was fucking with Tayama energy, and I was fucking with the Great Mother energy, I was fucking with Kali energy, Lilith energy, all of these higher aspects of energy. It was pretty much sexual. Because I was at that level of light to interface with that information. But the more that I started studying, so it was like, yo, man, okay, I guess that's how I got to do it. But if I got stuck in that point, I would have been attracted to everything that's on that frequency. So I would have been attached to something else physical. The whole process is for you to go from where you're at now, busting out that fucking shell and germinating into your higher aspects of yourself. So your entire life is going to shift based on the level of information and light that you are taking in. So you don't want to be sitting here next year talking about nobody should be sitting here talking about an economic plan on the traditional aspects of money, the traditional paper money. It has no value. Anything that can be mass produced over and over and over again has no fucking value. You understand that when you first come into the esoteric aspect, esoteric meaning the few. So I don't want anything that's on a mass scale. I'm not looking for the shit that's on a mass scale to validate what I'm doing. I like that when I wake up and I'm like, nigga, I didn't have like 9-10 fucking downloads of fucking information. And now let me work on, do I need to put that out? Do I need to put this out? All right, cool. This goes next, this goes next, this goes next, this goes to next. I love those fucking conversations. These is where the boundaries become most important, because use the example of any zombie game when you build in the structure to keep yourself away from zombies. You building the structure of the zombies. You gonna have everything that you need based on the energy that you need for that space and how you're growing within your space. So the things that you're detaching from is the original definitions. The original definitions and ciphers are what keep people locked in this space. So you can get the aspect of family. I'm always going to we gonna get into family now. You think about family, the family that you had was based upon the trauma that you went through, whatever you went through. And it's even harder for most individuals that didn't go through some aspect of family or whatever it is. It's really not harder because now the challenge is always going to be a challenge set there for you in that pace. So you have to challenge the definition of what trauma is. Trauma is anything that alters your state of being. So if you are indoctrinated into a religious system, the binding again and again and again into that set aspect, this false aspect of looking based on religion to that, and you are binded to that, that is your trauma. So now everything that you're going to be looking for based through that gateway will be everything that you're going to see is going to constantly push you away from it. That's why when they would show you and you were based on emotion because you were stuck in an emotional rhythm, you look at Catholic priests touching little boys and touching kids, and you looked at it emotionally. See, that's because that's when the white people got into the shit and they made our shit sick. It was always that way because it's the aspect of renewing that energy into that innocent, going back to that inner child, stunning the inner child, because the energy of the inner child is the most pure. So they were doing based on what they read. Just like when you look at the funerary text and everything from the way colors, niggas, that was during a ceremony. We wore black during ceremonies and we wore white during transitions. We had moments of fucking aspects of grief. But that was understanding the aspect of transitioning. Because the grief, we understood the tears, our grieving period was cleansing ourselves and allowing ourselves to germinate within that new energy. That's the aspect of, that's how we view death. That's how you should be viewing death. Yes, it's a process. But if you're looking at it based on the emotional aspect, that's where you get attached to something. You look for something to stay within that space. You look for something you're looking for something that's going to give you a charge to stay within that certain paradigm and that structure. You want to stay there. You want to keep giving life to the dead. You want to keep saying, I want to save my people. I got to save my people. My people are lost. My people are dumb. My people are ignorant. My people don't want to listen. My people don't want to build. My people don't want to do this. How about you do the building first? Then you'll find another excuse to procrastinate the point that you don't want to do it. Most motherfuckers right now that will argue back and forth about voting and argue back and forth about all of these argue back and forth about voting, argue back and forth about all of these things. They're not coming into the aspect of the true aspect of the secret is that you are that revelation. When you're moving into your space, into your higher self, you are becoming the example. You are becoming the example of what they're looking for. So you need this aspect, you need that aspect of what you are related to so you know where you're moving away from. That takes you into that changes the whole definition of remember where you came from. When most motherfuckers remember where they come from, they dwell and they're like, I don't want to remember where I came from, but I'm going to put, since I'm not remembering, I don't want to learn from it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to deal with these issues. All they're doing is transmuting this energy or transmuting the negative aspects into this new space. This is why you have motherfuckers out here right now, where you got motherfuckers still talking about the ancestors is mad at them, the ancestors upset, and then you got motherfuckers. The only time motherfuckers bring up the ancestors now that I have noticed, and they do this shit every fucking 4 years, is they'll bring up ancestors talking about for voting and for purposes of mundane shit. So they keep that same energy because this is what it shows me. It shows me that their energy only goes to a certain level. They're in that first level. They're in that the metosphere of the astral aspect. So the information that they're getting is from there. That's where those thought forms of the thought forms of oppression, that's where the motherfuckers are stuck at. The motherfuckers, the warrior aspect, that's where they got stuck at. The farmers and the protesters, that's where they keep getting stuck at in that. They get stuck in that bound. They get stuck in that space. Every one of my ancestors and the spirits that I work with, I had to do that. The work that I was doing for myself, this is the aspect of generational curses. When you're doing the work on yourself, in balancing yourself, bringing yourself to your higher self, everything naturally shifts upwards. So the energy and the shit that you're doing for yourself based on breaking those generational curses, the generational curses, finding generational wealth, generational abundance, prosperity, and the strength in that aspect, you're giving that energy the same aspect that when you put the shit on the fucking altar, what you're doing with that energy should not be on lower aspects of anything. You should not be putting your mindset into something based on something on a lower aspect. Your aspects that you are programming into your space are always going to take you to a higher aspect as it trickles down. So if I light up every candle on my fucking altar, the things that I say to myself, like right now I got 2 black, 2 red, I got 2 little bayberries back there, and I got me a little orange candle back there. The orange candle back there represents myself. On that candle, I have power, love, strength. I have all the aspects that I tap my energy in myself. The outer candles on these, I got 4 Santa de Muerte candles on my altar. I have 2 black candles. Black in the aspect is black for the aspect of me outside of the color of being the race is the aspect of purity, protection. That's my aspect when I use those candles. So when I light these candles in that rhythm, I'm going to say my mindset is not protect me from the police. My mindset is give me my clarity and guidance as I'm going into the higher realms of myself, my higher realms of my meditation, the higher realms of my services, of understanding what I need to break down next. As that energy matriculates and I do everything that I'm doing into that space, I'm not basing it on, I need to have me some more money in my life. I'm not aligning to money. I'm aligning to my abundance. So I will never ask outwardly for money. I ask for the aspect of my abundance, my wealth, my prosperity. I ask to tap into my energy on my higher levels of myself. That way, when it matriculates down, of course, it's naturally going to be money in this realm. But I'm breaking, this is understanding that light code, that the metasphere is understanding this code that's encoding me and locking me into that space to get to my next self. How I'm expressing myself, how I move myself. When I look at expression, I look at personality expression, I look at the ciphers, and I'm looking through my natal. I'm already looked at the blueprint that is my natal chart, and I'm going through these aspects. These are the things that I'm studying. How to take myself further, how to challenge myself to go to the next level. My mindset is now free from the aspects of what my family are going to think, what friends are going to think. Fuck them. If they're not on this frequency, I don't care. But I'm gladly leaving breadcrumbs in light. I'm leaving breadcrumbs of light all the way down. If they want to come to the penthouse, they can come to the penthouse. But I'm not. That's not my intention. That's not where my mind frame is at. So since my intention is not there, my energy can't go there. They don't have access to it. It's access denied. This is the aspect of you naturally building your boundaries. 1 second. Ugh. This goes into the codes and the levels of light. Why some people don't get certain information and some people do. And then why some people are syncing up into the information based on that quantum field. If you've been doing your work, if you're doing the work, for an example, for me, I remember and I was going to say it during the Black Mamba lecture, but I didn't. I said, fuck it, I'm not ready for it. But I remember I was looking, I had a lovely little fucking dream. Like back before I saw Prince left before Prince left. Everything was leading to like Color Purple Does Fly. Like I just had this inherent aspect to listen to fucking Prince music all fucking day. Like this one whole fucking day. I think it was like 3 weeks before the actual thing happened. And I was like, nigga, why do I want to listen to Prince? I don't listen to Prince like this on a regular basis, but all right, cool, whatever. I'm listening to Prince music. I'm just listening to it. Flip between that, Jimi Hendrix and some other shit. I'm like just listening to it. I'm like, nigga, why the fuck do I want to listen to this shit? Then the Prince thing happened. Then the Kobe thing happened. Then the Nipsey thing happened. And I was looking, I was like, all right, cool. I remember I was sitting in my living room like probably last month. And I said some shit out loud. I was like, nigga, Tupac was the Osiris in it, that Osiris aspect of mindset. Going back and forth into that. And then I remember I was looking at a picture of Osiris and all I could see was Tupac. I was like, why the fuck am I seeing Tupac or Osiris and Tupac, or Tupac and Osiris? And then I saw the aspects of, I remember when I saw the Kobe shit, then I saw Nipsey. I was like, that's 1, 2, 3. I saw Prince, I saw Pillars. And then when that West shit kept popping up, I like, the West Coast is real hot right now, and all the music coming from the West Coast, and DJ Mustard and all this music and shit was coming through. And I was like, damn, that shit fucking just phenomenal how everything's popping off in the West. Everything rose in the East and is setting in the West. Everything rose in the East and is setting in the West. And I wasn't putting it together because I was like, there were still things that I was getting this information, but it was not serving me a purpose because I couldn't use it at that point in time. And I'm sitting there, go to work. I had distractions in the way, basically what I'm trying to say. So now that I'm in this space where I'm at now, and I have that information, I had a whole conversation at like 4 o'clock in the morning. No, it was like 5:30 in the morning. And then I had another I was having 4 conversations at once about different aspects of information. But all the information came together. Like all of it went together. I was like, oh shit, that's how that shit works. So then this is the aspect of when you become free in the true aspects of being free, your freedom is a responsibility. Your freedom is your new responsibility. What you have been taught about free, there's a difference between freedom and actual liberation. Most people want to stay free. Most people are fighting to be free. They want to keep their free equality and their free aspects of where they're at. Most people that are within a religious binding, they want to have freedom. They want to have the illusion of what is free will, or that illusion of freedom. So you think about the mentality of somebody that always wants to have freedom. All I think about is the teenage mentality. I broke that down on the podcast this week. That teenage mentality. Most individuals never shift from the teenage mentality, the teenage mindset, the 11-year-old, the 12-year-old, the 13-year-old, the 14-year-old. They got a car, they got a house, they got a little girlfriend, they got a boyfriend, they got a because they're not a husband or there's not a true bond to them. So these unions that they're within, the union that they're in, they're thinking that it's something higher, but it's still on lower levels of aspects. So whenever it falls apart, they get upset about it, they have a breakdown, and they go right back to their trauma. You always go back to where the fuck you started at. But if you're looking at it based on the emotional aspect, you can't learn and go forward through that information. So you'll look at every breakup as something must be wrong with me. And yes, there is something wrong with you. Yes, there is something wrong with you. And it's going to take you in understanding that these moments that come up, every bond that you are having, you can have a whole slew of bad fucking relationships. Whole slew of bad fucking relationships. But all of your relationships are reflections of the first relationship that you've ever seen. Most people are trying to build their foundations on the principles and the traumas that they came through. So that's freedom. So now they're free. You're free. You got the free will to create whatever the fuck you want. But you can't call that anything based on fucking enlightenment, because you're still worrying about shit. You're still stressed out about shit. If you're still worried about bills and all of these aspects, it means you have not done the work to truly connect to the next level. You keep trying to bring stuff down into this space. In this space, it only can hold so much energy. It only can hold so much. So you have to challenge. That's the challenging of that fucking barrier. There's people right now that are having conversations with themselves, wondering why they're not getting where they need to get to. Wondering why they haven't exceeded past a certain point. Is because you locked within a space that you're still trying to deal with that. You're still activating from that trauma. You're still activating from that 11-year-old self, that 5-year-old self, the terrible 2 aspect of yourself, where when you were 2 years old, you felt the world was yours and you can get whatever the fuck you wanted. So when you ain't getting what the fuck you want, you get upset. You're like, nah, man, I ain't getting what the fuck I want. Nah. You're you're transmuting through a trauma. So then you're looking at your whole space, the whole aspect of thinking that Night of the Living Dead. The Night of the Living Dead is the synonymous aspect of you remaining in the dark and you standing there trying to figure out what part of your humanity that you want to keep in place. You're sitting there in your space and you're like, I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to keep this, and I'm going to keep this, but I'm going to get rid of everything else. Not understanding that the original point is everything's a reflection. Everything in your environment is a reflection of you. So it can be mad fucking positive. You could have had the best mother in the fucking world. But if your mother is in an aspect of thought, you're not losing that information, that light from that source. You are now just transmuting that energy and clearing that space. This goes into the same aspect. You could have had the worst possible mother on the fucking planet, but you're transmuting through that space of a shift. Like I had a great mother, minus the blemishes in our dealing with each other and talking and being around each other and dealing with each other. Had an excellent relationship. I built an excellent relationship with my mother. Like I can still go to my mom's house right the fuck now, and if she wanted me to make her something to eat, I can chef up a meal for her. But it's not about that aspect. I'm not attached to needing to do that, because she's in a space where she will still remember me as the 10-year-old that wanted to learn how to cook eggs, and she pulled up a little stool and gave me a spatula and let me cook eggs. That's what she remembers me as. She still will remember me as the 23-year-old manager, one of the youngest managers in a position at one of the fucking restaurants that I work at. That's what she remembers me as. So either I can reanimate that aspect, though it's positive, I can reanimate it and live that cycle over and over and over again, and accept that, or I have to accept the aspect that I got to challenge that now. And this is where a lot of that shit starts to fucking turn south. Because just because it's positive doesn't mean that it serves you. Just because it's positive doesn't mean that it can serve you. It's good for somebody else, but it's not good for you. You don't have a need for that. You don't have a want for that. You have found you now have understanding in what that meant. This is when you go through your fucking shadow, going through the aspects of shadow work, the trauma that you go through, understanding why it needed to be in play. That's what's going to help you activate those codes and understand those codes more. Understand these codes better. That is where your key line is. It's within those aspects of those traumas and those events that happened in your life. That's where you're going to find your peace of. That's where you're going to find your peace in the same place where you found the pain. Or that's where the peace is going to be activated based on the aspects of the pain. Because you're transmuting. Most people get stuck in. I had a case where I had no. I had a case she was very she went through a very intense aspects of sexual trauma. The young lady, she had a very aspect of face. She went through very deep aspects of sexual trauma. The challenge for me was bringing her back to those spaces so she could actually see those spaces and actually come into this level of understanding, not based on forgiving the individual, but you're forgiving these individuals based on you didn't have the information that you have now. Because until you come to this space right here, we're like, I didn't know that was wrong. Something's wrong with me. That's going to be the natural result. So everything that you do is going to be based upon that original result. You went through that space. This person did something to you. This person hurt you. Your mom hurt you. Now you're making everybody else pay for what your mom did, or you're making everybody pay for what your uncle did. You're making everybody pay for it, whether emotionally, whether on the aspects of being emotional, physical, with money, financially, all these aspects. That's what you're making them pay for. So you're still attached to the trauma. So until we deal with the aspects of the trauma, you can't shift. Because, correction, you can shift. Do not get me wrong. You can shift. But you're not going to be able to take. Remember, you got to be empty before you fulfill. So if I'm in this space over here and I'm doing my thing over here and I got trust issues and issues of trust and whatever, then I'm showing in an aspect of myself in reflection. Something in my life always has to be in a state of distrust. Something will always be in your life that as long as you have not had that honesty with yourself, something in your life will always must be in a state of distrust. You have to have something in your life to distrust. Whether it is in direct or an indirect, you need something in your life that's distrustful. You need that aspect in your life based on the needs and wants, based upon sustaining humanity. Sustaining your identity and your ego. This is where a lot of people, They have friends and people in their life that don't talk about anything or don't have any positive thing. They're not talking about anything, talking about some growth. And there's a fear aspect in bringing them up into their level where they're at. That's where the binding comes from. People think of religion as people think of things on this one-dimensional aspect. People think of things on this one-dimensional aspect. So if I don't deal with this on this paper, if I put it over here, it doesn't exist anymore. That's the page that you got to go look at. And that's the hardest part when it comes to aspects of doing your actual shadow work and working on yourself, is dealing with those aspects in that space where they're at. Yeah. Your trust issues are reverting from the aspect of something inside you that you have not forgiven to yourself to allow yourself to go to that next aspect. So you now are in search for things, honestly, not to trust. There's people that are literally in their space right now that are looking for things to prove something to their identity or to their ego to keep them safe within that barrier. I'm not going to go too far. But you got to remember, the mind is all, the universe is mental, everything being mental. So you're only recreating it in front of you again. So you can gather all the information that you want, but until you have dealt with the initial cause, you're going to keep, until you deal with the initial cause, you're going to be using the effect from the initial cause. You're going to be using the initial effect as your cause. And using the initial effect, what most people do when they're transmuting through pain, they're using the initial cause. They're using the initial effect as their cause. So you can, and motherfuckers have built entire fucking platforms on that aspect based on the original aspect of an insecurity. On that insecurity or your that emotional imbalance that has you in a state of insecurity when you get to a certain point. Because there's something that you have not forgiven and it's still laying dormant inside of your mind. You have to allow that, when that emotion comes up, when the anger comes up, when you get mad, when you get upset, when that anxiety attacks, when that depression hits, when those things come up, that's when you have to freeze that in that space and be like, you know what? Let me deal with what it is. Let me find what it is. Let me get to what it is. And that's the main aspect. That's what I do as I aid you in getting to that space. I'm challenging you to get to that space. I'm simply just going to be sitting there like, okay, cool. What do you see? How are you feeling? Nah, ride it. And let's ride that wave. Let's ride this thread. That thread's going to lead all the way back to it. And it's going to take those processes. And it's taking you, as you're understanding these processes, the synonymous mirroring effect of understanding that you're coming outside of the aspect of time. Now, anything that you got in regards to time now actually starts to implement itself. Now, when you take the aspect of death and understand its transition, when you have the true understanding of that information on that one level, everything that's based into that space can now fill into that space because that space is now cleared. A lot of us like to move forward without clearing out these spaces first. It's similar when you look at any fucking when you look at any nigga military drill, paramilitary drill, or cops when they enter the SWAT team when they enter the house and they walk through the space and they say clear to every room. That's what you're doing. You're clearing out these rooms because in all these rooms is the dead fucking bodies. And if you go in there based in the emotional aspect, you reanimate that dead body. So most people can get really upset or really mad about something, but all their the emotional imbalance triggers that dead body, that dead skeleton of that dead body in the closet. only memories that they got of their mother are they did this, and the third. My mom got to accept this. My pops got to accept what the fuck he did. That's the whole aspect. It's if it's the basis of it being from more than multiple events, all of these events, the key is all of these events are all linked to one original event. They all come from one source. So all of the events that came up after that are the after effects of that initial event. Even if it's like a multitude of individuals did something to you in that aspect, it all came from one initial point. Our mindset has to go back to that initial point in order. We have to separate away from the external aspect. Yeah, you got to separate from the external aspect. You're separating to reunite to your center. Everything is about reuniting to your center, to your original self. But most people, in most cases, it's always going to seem like, because you have now created the space based on those thought forms, that original thought form or whatever the trauma may have been, you have created a space for that to live. And now it lives inside of your mind. Since it lives inside of your mind, you're always going to go back to that point. You can get new information. You can grab some new information. Yo, I did this and I did this, but it's always going to go back to the original point because that's what the original hardwiring is. When we think about this aspect, we think about oppression and struggle. Most people's mindsets are in that 12 by 12 box of oppression and struggle. So whatever you had to struggle, whatever the original struggle was that brought you to that point, whatever original struggle was, that's the original point that has to be accessed. You have to get back to this point to access that original struggle, the original oppression that happened for you. What happens is this generalized aspect. Someone would be like, but we were locked up for 400 years, and you accept this definition of it was 400 years of slavery and we were all slaves. Do you know if your family in personal content was a member of slave, was in slavery? Were they enslaved? Do you know if they were in the aspect of being, they were slaves? Can you go down your line and be like, my grandmother was a slave, my great grandfather was a slave, and this was a slave, and they were a slave, and this person was a slave, and they were this, and this? Can you go down your line and actually see that in your own life? This unified aspect in humanity that we were all, it goes into the same balances of somebody saying we were all slaves. That goes into the same aspect of someone saying on that same line, we're all human. So somebody can make the argument. That's like you can argue. I remember I had a conversation. This is way back in the day. I had a conversation with I knew this dude. He was at my job. He was Irish, and he was like, "We were slaves too." And he said, "Yeah, us Irish people were in slavery too." And then I never could get past that point. I was like, "Nigga, no." And then when I went back and studied the shit, it was like, nigga, that wasn't you. You came from us. So that wasn't something for me to argue with this person, but it was like, no, in order for me to create a space in my mind to come into a state of acceptance, to activate my understanding, I had to look at it like, oh, okay, so yeah, because we were there first, so I know what you're saying. Makes sense. Building trust for your dark side skittles, nigga. Building trust for yourself requires honesty, and honesty is the transparency. Until you can become honest with yourself, with honesty, the aspects of honesty is within the aspects of forgiveness and basically tricking your ego to say thank you. It's like if you have a conversation with if I have a conversation with somebody and they say some shit, almost instinctively at this point, I'll be like, thank you, you were right. They can be ready to argue. I can say thank you and you're right. Because it's allowing my conscious mind to open up. So now I can actually start doing the work. I can actually see this more with clarity. This is an aspect for yourself when you're doing the aspects of your shadow work to yourself, is thanking yourself for knowing what you know now, forgiving yourself for what you did not know then, so you can actually start that aspect of that work for building that trust to yourself. Everything from that level, because remember, as you're doing the work internally, everything outside of you in your ascension, as you're rising up, per se, so to speak, as you're rising up into the higher aspects of yourself, everything naturally is going to match that aspect of forgiveness. Everything is going to match that aspect of honesty. It's going to show you what the hell you need to see. And it's not, remember, this isn't based on bad or good. It's based on positive and negative. Because you may have somebody show you some negative shit about themselves. But because you already learned how to set those boundaries initially in yourself, with yourself, and how you use your energy, how you working on yourself, you can accept them. You accept that negative aspect of what they said, what they're doing, because you can ask the questions clearly and more concisely. So I can ask questions to people. I can ask questions to somebody, and I'm not looking for anything. I need not, want not. I'm not looking for anything outside of myself I'm not looking for anything outside of me to validate what I already know about myself. I'm not in a state of looking on an aspect in defense. That's that defense. That's when people move in this defense, this observational defense. That means you'll go into a situation, you'll ask questions, you'll only ask questions that'll give you the answer that you need, and then you move off of that. The other half of that is the ego. The ego now creates a lens. That lens is the aspects of assumption. So now everything that you already knew, everything that you now know in that left hemisphere, that masculine aspect, is now going to be nurtured by what you can create from it. So now you in this space dealing with an individual. You in this dealing in this space dealing with this individual, and you're sitting there saying, like, you know what? Why aren't you doing this, this, and this, and this, this, and this? But you're not going to say it that way because you're saying it you're saying it through the hurt. So what comes off as perfect English to your mind, remember, when you're looking at this person, that's already the aspect of you programming into their mind. So when you tell somebody, I've been hurt before, this has happened to me before, I don't want to be hurt again, I just want to be able to trust people. Think about the information that is being programmed, the noise that's in your subconscious is making you say these things, and then you're looking this person into the eyes being that keen to the fucking soul. You're programming that into their mind, especially if they're not on any type of level of cultivating or did any work to themselves. You're programming that into their mind. Everything that you don't want, you're programming into their head, and it's being reinforced by what you say. So now everything that's in their mind, based on that thought process, is now going to create based on the knowledge that you gave them. So if they have an equivalent of trust issues, they have an equivalent of trust issues, they have bad, poor money habits and all these other habits, emotional aspects that are broken inside of them. On that same narrative, they're going to create the correspondence for themselves to stay in the space with you, to where they're getting something from you based on those assumptions, based on what they see. Yes, words are powerful. Yes, words are motherfucking super fucking powerful. An individual literally can, you literally saying what you're saying and speaking that spell to somebody, everything that you're saying is that enchantment. So if that individual, so if I never knew what a relationship was outside of the traumas that I seen, that means, I'll use an example. If I came from the motherfuckers would say the traditional. I had my mother and I had my pops. When I turned 12, 13, I met my real father. There was a whole aspect of a story that happened and how that happened. That meeting my real father challenged this original traditional aspect of what I saw. Because up until about 12, 13, I was looking at all my other people that I knew, and I was wondering why I was seeing this thing, because somewhere inside me, it was already there, programmed inside of me, that I'm seeing my homeboys, I'm seeing my friend, I'm seeing my homeboys, my homegirls, people that I knew, they were in single parent households, or the households that they were in, they had the traditional mother and father aspect around them. So they're in their space, and I'm like, but they dad was cheating or doing some shit like this, and all of these aspects of that shit. So like I'm seeing contradictions to where I'm at. So at that age, you're not really thinking about it. You just think about it, man, I got my mom. I guess this is normal. But if you're used to being in that space, it's like it's like if you go over to a friend's house and y'all sitting in there playing video games, and their parents are arguing in the back, and they just sitting there like it ain't nothing, and you look over at them like, why are your parents arguing? Oh, it's Tuesday. Ooh, it's Wednesday. Because that's normal to them. So then take that same thought process and imagine if you sit in a space where you have not healed, you've not came to a space of healing, you're not doing the work internally, but you're continuously grabbing external information. That information is now becoming twisted or locked into those. The information that is coming in cannot be active until you activate the stuff. You're activating the healing aspects within. Because all the information that you're getting, all the information of our people, our history, or all of this shit, that's the positive aspect. The positive aspect cannot have no charge until it has a negative aspect that connect to it. That's what the trauma is. So just the fact that for example, just the fact that everybody's in here right now taking in this information, if they are doing their work, if they're doing their due diligence and their shadow work, the information that they're taking in, they can now go forward with it in a certain space. But anybody that looks at this after this, or is in here right now, for example, if they've not done those aspects of that shadow work, they can take in all this information. It can make them feel, it can resonate with them and move them and take them a certain way. But if they have not done the internal working, they can't activate this. The negative aspects that are within inside of themselves, those traumas, cannot activate this information to succeed into the subconscious mind. This is where most motherfuckers can yell out every single day that they're woke and they're pro-black and they're pan-African and they're choosing something. They're choosing something external to charge. They're choosing something that's externally charged based on negative. That's what the pro is, which is actually just reactive. Anything pro is actually reactive to something. So now they're in a space that's proactive. Now they're doing all this work in the proactive aspect, but that proactive aspect is in reaction to something negative. So that's what's giving charge to the information that they're taking in. So you can be conscious as fuck, woke as fuck. You can be conscious, woke, all this shit that you want. But until you taking in the information and subseeding it into your subconscious, is really not doing anything. So you'll still be attached to something or locked down to something. So then you'll sit there similar to that same lady, old woman that's been going to church for like 36 years, 40 years. On the other end of that spectrum, to keep that space in balance, You have a person over here that's conscious, super fucking woke. They've been conscious and super woke for 30, the same amount of years as this old woman, and they both in the same damn space. And this person is full of belief, and this person is full of some knowledge. So this is their negative, and this is their positive. That's why they stay charged, because they need this aspect to come into them in their feeding process. It's just like everything down here. That's like when you think about, you use the time of who white people, white folks, they're a negative aspect of energy. They're constantly pushing you based on your trauma. Dealing with your trauma acknowledges the negative. Dealing with your trauma acknowledges your negative. Now that you have power over your trauma, you have power over that negative. When you go into a situation where something's inherently negative, it's going to push you where you need to fucking go. So you like, oh shit, nigga, I just don't. So when you really start doing that fucking aspect of work, you're going to wonder, well, most people wonder when they're thinking about family, they'll be looking at their family like, yo, it just don't vibe with me right. Their conversation ain't good. Like we talk about the same shit every fucking day. I tried to give him you try to give him a job. You try to get him a job. You try to give him some aspects about saving money. You try to give him all these positive pieces. And then in your space, you continuously trying to do these five senses, appeal to their five senses of their mind, but they have not tapped into, you're staying there based on the potential for you to grow and shift is being augmented by your potential of saying, I'm going to take them with me. They're not supposed to go with you, because if they were, they would be coming with you. So that feeds the trust issues. That feeds the insecurity. Maybe I'm not as smart as I am. Maybe I'm not as strong. Maybe I'm not as powerful as I am. Maybe I'm not as strong as I am. And that keeps taking you right back down into that frequency cone, all the way back down to that bottom. You start feeling the shame again. Now your root chakra's off, because what was I grounded in at first? I was grounded and I was rooted in my survival. But now your ultimate survival and sustaining. A second. Your ultimate survival and sustaining is trying to keep that space animated. So you're trying to keep that space animated so you can have the positive and negative aspect. So now you can say to yourself externally to others that you've been hurt before. I've been hurt. This happened to me and this happened to me, and I'm not ready to share this, and I'm not ready. What you're automatically telling yourself is you're not ready to deal with the truer internal aspects of what happened in your life. So you're speaking the incantation, or that you're speaking that spell of you've been hurt. So now when you're sending your energy, when you setting your intention comes through the aspect of that form of that same frequency. So being hurt is under the aspect of being in fear. It's under the aspect of being oppressed. It's under the aspect of being oppression, fear. Under fear is oppression and struggle. So now everything that you do will be based on those narratives. So that's why I say, nigga, that's why Bobby Hemming was always saying, nigga, don't be a part of these fucking groups. Because they're all sustained based off of a negative archetype. When you think about Masons and whatever group it may be, as strong as it may sound, as good as it may sound, they're based off of a negative aspect. That's why they exist. That's why they're able to exist and thrive, because they're based off they're based off, the first thing they're going to say is, we're against this, we're against this, and we're against this. So if you get stuck within that, it resonates with something inside you. That's why you get connected to it. Because there's something inside you that needs to learn that lesson. That's where that lesson lies. That's where that aspect is where you're at. So now you're stuck into this space. I shouldn't have put all the damn Skittles in my mouth. Your mindset's now stuck within that space because you're looking for something to feel good. We have to take our minds off of imagery. We're taking words up, taking your mind off of imagery and concentrating on a symbol. Okay, we're good. You're going into an aspect of the symbol. What does that symbolize in your life? The more intuitive you become, the more powerful the symbol. Intuition is the aspect of that honesty, that transparency, and that trusting in yourself. That's why you have certain individuals that are still scarred or still wearing the scar and do the lower level aspects of magical type shit. They'll do magic shit, but it'll be on some lower level shit. Like, they'll be the same individual that'll give you a love potion or a love abundance, a love bath or spiritual bath or whatever it may be, and you'll use it on another individual. You should be using it on yourself. Imagine if you took the next love bath, imagine if you ordered a spiritual bath for me and I put the aspects of empowerment into it, and it wasn't for the other person. It works for you because it's for you. This is the aspect of switching you're aligning yourself. So what are you aligning yourself with, and why do you seem to align yourself with that certain energy? A lot of us come into a space and we align ourselves with certain energy only because that's where we feel we need to be. I feel like I need to be here because I don't feel like there's nothing else. And then that's when this is the reanimated process of trying to stay suspended in certain times. You can physically grow up to be phenomenal. You can physically grow to be phenomenal. You making money, you doing everything that you want to do, but somewhere inside you, you're emotionally stunted based on something that happened to you at a point in time. That's what that's what's being fed upon when you think about archons, energy vampires, jinns, all of these earthly deities. These earthly deities were created based on those thought forms. That's the animation process. That's the cloning process. When they talk about cloning and they show you this aspect of cloning on television, in reality, that's only a replica of what you do every single day. to distract you from understanding the process of your mind being on you literally creating everything, you shifting to this quantum phase. They'll give you an aspect. That's what cloning looks like. That's what freedom looks like. That's what all of these aspects, freedom, liberty, that's what that looks like. Anything that doesn't look like this certain image, it has no power. They did that shit all throughout fucking the Lovecraft shit. They've done that shit through almost everything that you'll see on fucking television. They're giving you this aspect of like, nigga, like it's not normal. Last week I talked about the quickening phase. This is that quickening phase for some to come in alignment with their self and taking their self to the next level. Only even fewer are coming to the point, and even fewer are going to get through. And the point of that being is because it's only for a select few. Only a select few are going to come through that point, are going to actually go through this point and be like, you know what? I've been doing my work. I'm in the right space. I feel good right now. I'm good. I really have nothing that I have to work on. I really have nothing that I have to work on. So now I can actually start truly building. The process for a lot of people, because we have that habit, is we'll go get that job to go get this place and get ourselves together. And then we say, when we get ourselves together, now I can actually start working on myself. The process is working on yourself first. That's where that humility is going to come in and be that crucial fucking key, working on yourself. Allowing that infrastructure, that old foundation to crumble and rot and decay so it can now be used. That's the aspect. This is the aspect of alchemy, using that putrid shit, using that shit that you've been through in order for you to sustain and build your new space. If you're not building your new space, if you're building your new space on the old foundation, don't you expect that shit to continue crumbling? You see the example every time motherfuckers say, vote or die, vote or die, vote or die. You mean you want to keep building on the same fucking space? You want to keep building on the same dead Indian burial ground? And you keep getting haunted by the same shit because you're building your entire platform on something that's already fucking oh, I hate when my septum enters my nose like that. Because you're building on an old fucking platform. So as long as you're building in that old space, of course you're gonna keep getting the same old fucking problems. You're gonna keep getting the same old dead issues and the same old problems, and you're gonna be sitting there battling your shit and arguing and being argumentative and calling yourself aware that you are hurt, calling yourself there aware. Truly following that same program over and over and over again and be like one of them 60-year-old niggas or chicks out there talking about, I remember when I first came into the Afrocentric movement back in 1986 and here it is 2020 and you still talking about the same fucking shit. Tell me how to make, if you're talking about an economic plan, no, cool. Tell me how to make money. I have a awesome fucking specialist when it comes to the aspects of money in the money team and building in that aspect. I literally ask the question and I can get a direct answer. You're looking for direct answers, but the only way to get those direct answers is by getting direct with yourself. If you're not getting direct answers from outside of yourself, ask yourself, what are you not directly answering within yourself? If you're not getting that sense of, if you're not if your frequency, you feel like you're in a space where your frequency is being bogged down or held down, ask yourself, what are you holding yourself back inside of yourself? This is the aspect of self. I hear people all the time talk about, yo, you got to go within yourself and understand yourself. But then when someone asks the question, like, so what is the aspect of getting into myself? That's when that shit falters. And they're like, man, man, like the aspects inside yourself, the shit that you've been through, man, we've been oppressed. And they go back to that same narrative of we were oppressed and that's the aspects of self. That's not yourself. In reflection, yes, that is an aspect of yourself, but where inside of you have you oppressed yourself? What inside of you has been shut down? What inside of you what in your life are you struggling with? What in your life are you oppressed by? What in your life are you trying to prove? Are you trying to live through? What trauma are you dealing with? That's the question that you ask yourself. And that's the question only you can answer. And like a titan such as myself, I'm going to sit there and be like, okay, cool. Let's break this down and let's work on it this way. Here's an idea to work on it this way. My openness to give that information, your openness to receive that information, and me learning from you or learning from an individual in that aspect is me learning from them based on what they're telling me, and they're learning from me on what I give to them in the aspects of how it works for them. That's the aspect of putting in this work. Because until you put in that work, you're going to be you're going to be in the same fucking space. You're going to keep coming back to this same space with fucking baby brain over and over and over again, repeating the same fucking cycles because you didn't learn from the last time. You're going to have the same karmic debts and twin flames and thinking, twin flames and karmic debts and twin flames and all of these aspects going down that whole list. In reflection, in reality, everything from the soulmate to the twin flame to the karmic flame to all these mates, that's an external aspect of yourself. I am my own soulmate. I am my own soulmate. So everything that's outside of my life that's in reflection is showing me something about my soul that I have to put in order, or it wouldn't be there. Something that is challenging me to go to the next level. You think about the aspects of twin flames. I did a whole lecture on the twin flame aspect. When you think about the twin flame aspect, and this person matches everything that you're doing, most people get stuck within what most people think that are their soulmate or what's to take them further is actually their twin flame aspect. In that twin flame aspect is showing you everything that you are at that point in time. And then that's when twin flames show you your ego. And they show you the depths of your ego. I remember meeting my twin flame. And my twin flame literally went through almost, if not an equivalent to the same issues that I had based on how I came up. Went through similar instances or parallel instances that created the space where we were at. But when I started actually working on the aspects that I needed to work on, I noticed the connection had changed between me and my twin flame. I was working on shit that I needed to work on. They weren't. They were tap dancing around it or not really doing it. And we naturally fell apart. I was fucking broken. I was wrecked. But what was wrecked, that was the meltdown that I needed to come. Because right after that happened, I ended up losing my crib. I ended up losing my car. I ended up losing my job a couple weeks after that. I was like basically in between. If I had the money for a room, had a room. If I didn't, I was on the street. I was going back and forth. My infrastructure literally fell. And in the first couple of weeks, in that aspect, in that space, I was literally trying to reanimate old thought forms or keep old thought forms moving or keep old things cycling so I had something to connect to or keep myself charged, to keep myself distracted from the work that I needed to do. A lot of individuals do this in the aspect of keeping certain individuals around them that serve the purpose at a point in time that may have been positive at a point in time based on what they were working through. But at this point right now, if you're keeping individuals around you that are in a negative mindset, they're not growing, they're not taking in information, you got to do yourself the biggest favor that you're going to do for yourself is separate away from that individual. Once you separate away from that individual, that person, place, thing, noun, or idea, you actually can start doing the work. This is where a lot of people, this is where in that conscious movement, people were moving away from broken homes. And you take the aspects of motherfuckers that were going into prison and were coming out Muslim. It served them a purpose that was positive at a point in time because they needed some type of new structure. This is where you're going now. You're moving from the space of you have a structure or a foundation, which is all the intellectual information that you take in. Everything that you're learning about yourself and you're taking yourself forward, that's your intellectual information. How you use that to build is going to be based upon that other table of contents, because you have all this new information. This table of contents is everything that you nurtured, all these traumas that you nurtured and created through. That's your new table of contents. So now I got this whole brand new table of contents. I got this table of contents. I got this schematic. Let me see how these things start connecting. And the only way to connect is to become honest with yourself. That transparency is going to be that key. You're removing yourself from the aspects of the traditional unhealed, because most people are in a traditional unhealed state. That's why it's so easy for them to connect to this temple, this science, or this over here, and they can listen to an individual talk every single day about the distraction aspect and get stuck in that, and you can get stuck in that shit every single day. Yeah, see, it ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. You have to accept your fault. You're not the same way that you are accepting forgiveness, not for the power, not for them, but for yourself, is the same way that you're accepting your fault. Because after something happens, how you deal with it is your new fault. That's that cause. That's that effect. The new effect is your fault. That's where your fault line is. That's where your flaw is. That's where your vice is. That's where your vex is. You're down here to turn your vices into your vexes. Your vices into your virtues. So that trauma that you went through, that is your vice. That pain, whatever you went through, that is your vice. You're turning that vice into your new virtue. When I was human, I did take the aspect of when I was a child, I played with childish things, but as I became an adult, I had to put these things away. That's you going from the child aspect of the trauma, childhood trauma, dealing with the trauma, understanding that these were toys that were used into creating your identity, and then shifting into your higher self or the higher aspects of yourself and putting these things away, dealing with these things and putting them on the shelf. They no longer have any power in my life. I have those examples. I have the lesson. I can move forward. The same thing in the same aspect when people say, and you want to look at scriptures and you want to use quotes and Bible quotes and shit. The same aspect of when they say things like the child will go and turn against the mother and the father in the aspect and cling to the woman. All the woman is the feminine aspect, the feminine principle. That's all that is. It's the feminine principle. You're connected back to the feminine principle, the creator aspect of yourself. You are creating your own life. So when we have to literally take these aspects and codes and take them out of that literal sense, that intellectual aspect, and actually impute them based on that is an allegory, that is an algorithm, that is a formula. because that's all we've ever. That's how we came down to this space. We lost the formulas. Trying to do what my parents feel like I need to do. That's gonna be one of those hardest aspects. That's one of the deepest aspects. When we think about our parents, the easiest programming mantra for you based upon parents, family, is the aspect of they are related to you based upon the trauma. So what you are separating from is that cipher or that definition of what family is. The definition of family is to support growth and all of these aspects of what family is. What you notice is that first aspect of forgiveness is you would sit there and state to yourself, I'm sorry. This is you talking to your inner child, your inner child. You're like, I'm sorry, I did not know what the definition of true family was. I knew what the definition of family was, but I didn't understand what the definition of what I was related to. I was related to them. They're not my family. They have the aspects of my family based upon the traumas that I've been through, but they're only related to me based upon those traumas that I'm now healing from. I am my family. I am my family. I am my mind, my body, and my spirit are now my family. This is the family unit. This is the unit that I now saw unified. By unifying this family, I must release from the relation of this family. And then everything that comes up, this is the main key aspect whenever you're speaking these spells and speaking these incantations and speaking these affirmations. Everything that comes up is supposed to come the fuck up. That is the one thing that I've had to do so much reprogramming for me and others and individuals in that nature, because they'll think it's supposed to be this automatic. No, what comes up, the dust that comes up, the dust that gets kicked up when you doing your work, the shit that comes up and it makes a form, that's what you have to deal with. So I remember the first time I really had a conversation with my mother after our fallout. Me and my mother had a fallout. It was around that same time when my twin flame was in my life and infrastructure fell, lost my job, lost all this shit. And I remember I was talking to like this one chick, and her whole purpose coming into my life was to tell me, remember, like, could we take this whole aspect of it takes a whole season for one day. So take that thought process into your mind for that program. She came in. It took that whole aspect of her coming in and we having talks and conversations or whatever. She's now in a state of spiritual enlightenment because I was just in my beginning phases. And I remember one time we had a conversation and she looked at me. She was like, I can't be with somebody that don't believe in Jesus. I was like, that's cool with me. I mean, this is me. This is my stance. This is where I'm at. Later on, we had a whole conversation. I remember that one day this was a day when I got off work too late, so I couldn't get a room, so I had to wait till that morning. So I was sitting there on the phone. I found I think I was at like, where was I at? Yeah, I found a restaurant that was mad dark outside. And they had like the little plug sitting out there on the little patio area. So I plugged my phone in. I sat down and I was sitting there. I was talking to her on the phone. And she was like, the only thing that came to my mind, she was like, you really need to go talk to your mother. Like, really, you really need to, because she had an awesome relationship with her mother. But if my mind was not in the right space of light, when she told me that, this came like 45 minutes after the aspect of saying that she can't be with somebody who don't believe in Jesus and all this shit. If my ego would have kicked in, but like, man, you can't listen to nothing that bitch say because she ain't on your level, I would have been stuck in that mindset. But my infrastructure had already fell. I was already fucking emotional and crying and shit and feeling all bad. I feel like I wasn't connected to nothing no more. Going through this process, she was like, you need to talk to your mother. A couple days later, my sister needed me to watch her kids. I already asked my sister, yo, can I? That was a whole nother fucking story. I went over there. She was like, I sat over there. I was watching my nieces and nephews. And I remember my mother came through the door. My mother looked at me. My mother had that look of worry on her face. My mother literally was in the space of when I was like, I could see that she was looking at me like I was like the little boy again. Because I was like literally in that stage. I was in that child stage. And like we looked, she sat there, we were looking at each other. And then all she said was like, are you coming? Are you going to stay? I was like, and nothing in me could literally say, nothing in me could say no. Like nothing in me could say no. Like I was like, all right. I grabbed my stuff and I was back at my mom's house. Through that aspect, the conversations with me and my mother were different because I was in a different mindset. I had already went through a process to actually have that conversation. So it wasn't based on going back to, at that point, it wasn't based on going back to the 3-year-old me, the 5-year-old me, because I understood that I had an inherent understanding that it took work to, I can't go back to that space because things were already done. At this point in time, I had to set the boundaries and the parameters of where I was at. I had to do the healing process where I was at. If I did not go through that process with meeting old girl and we was talking and she was like, go talk to your mom, and I didn't have that conversation, if that moment didn't happen, then I wouldn't be able to be in this space right now. So I can go back to my mother. I can go to my mom right now and say thank you. After the saying I forgave her for the shit she did, I can say thank you for what you did because it brought me to where I'm at. I can have a clear conscientious conversation with my pops. Him being the heavy Catholic, him having the conversation with him, that conversation I have with him, I can say, I can look him in the eye and be like, yo, the things that I learned from you was this, this, and this. The things that I learned that I negate from is not having the information or not having the knowledge as a standing point. It wasn't about me telling him that, yo, I'm conscious and being woke and aware and any of that shit. I'm more spiritual, all that aspect. That wasn't for him to know. That level of light was not for him to know. All I could tell him was, this is what I learned from you. I was turning that negative line into a positive. This is what I learned from this aspect. For everybody is different. Everybody's going to have their different aspects of challenges, but you're ultimately going into this aspect of being able to say, thank you for what you did because that's where I'm at right now. I forgive you for what you did because of the information. You had information. You only were acting on the information you had, and now I'm acting on the information that I have. This is my boundary set on the information that I have. This is what I've learned. I have healed. I can't come back into that position. I can't come into that situation. For some people, their mindset gets stuck in, they have created features, they have created conduits to keep them locked into that position because it's based on that's their aspect of getting what they're deserving. This false sense of deserving, or this false sense of deserving. So, like, for an example, my sisters were mad as hell. My sisters was mad as fuck when I came back into the picture because, like, every time I had to understand this, every time I was in the house with my mom and my pops, my sisters didn't come around. My brother didn't call because me being in direct aspect of the space, it took me back to the memory of I was the one when my mom needed money. My mom needed money. My mom needed shit. My parents, they needed something. I had it for, I would, if I could get it to them, I got it to them. It came to a point to where it's like being in the same room with the liar. It was like being in the same room with the person that told the lie on you. It was like if I'm in the house, if I'm in the house, they couldn't call my mother and have the conversation saying they needed money because I was the one my mother was getting the money from. So it's like having two people, the motherfucker, the liar and the person that them in the same space, it doesn't connect. That's where a lot of us at when it comes to that shadow in your shadow work. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take you going into that room and being honest with yourself in that space, speaking your feelings, speaking how you feel, allowing that shit out, writing that shit down. There's a whole I have a whole process when I'm going through a session with somebody. There's a whole process of writing down everything. Write down this letter to your mother. Write down this letter to your father. Write down this father's letter to your uncle. Write this letter to this person of all your feelings and how you feel with that person. It's a whole process. They write down the whole letter. We go over the letter. They read the letter. And then we go through a whole burning aspect of the letter, burning the letter away, releasing that energy into that flame, into that candle. Everything that comes up after that based upon those emotionals, because now we have opened up we've opened up that gateway for that energy now to flow out. It's not going to be on this aspect like you write that letter and then you get rid of them. No, you're writing that letter to write your feelings and burn them into the ether. That's your energy. You send it to the ether. Now, when you have to deal with this situation, that level of forgiveness, you've already written out the petition of all of your feelings. You've already written out the petition of all of your feelings, all of your thoughts about this person, this individual. So now when you're in front of this person, that is now in your mindset because you wrote it you took that pencil, you wrote that shit down. So it's scribed into your energy anyway, into your mind. You have now took all of that subconscious clutter in the back of your mind, all of those thoughts, all of those ideas out of the back of your mind. So that noise is now quiet. So there's nothing in your mind saying, don't forgive them. There's nothing in your mind telling you, don't forgive them. Don't say, don't forgive them. They did this, this, and this to you. You've already written it all out. So now you can clear consciously go into that space, and it takes time for that space to actually open up. And you can say, I forgive you for what you did based on the information of whatever it was. Whatever you were transmuting through, I forgive you for that. But at this point in time, the information that I now have for myself, the health that I have for myself, the love that I have for myself, I have to make this separation. I'm no longer related to whatever you got to forgive yourself. I'm no longer relating to the aspects. I'm no longer relating to the aspects of what you got to forgive and work on yourself for. That's that help. This is that self-cleansing aspect. This is learning how to charge yourself. Because until you learn how to charge yourself, all you're going to be looking for is something outside of you to externally charge your point of view based on whatever trauma it is. Whatever your mother did, whatever your pop, whatever family, whoever did something to you, you're always going to be looking for something to charge you based on that point, to agree with you on these points. This goes into a lot of people when they're with their friends and everybody around them, and they giving them information. It's like, hey, girl, let's go drink. Yo, let's go get some drink. Let's go smoke. Let's go do this. Let's go. Basically, what they're telling in that mindset, think about what you're doing. Remember, all the drugs alter your fucking mental state. All the alcohol alters your mental state. Similar to when you're meditating, you're altering your mental state to bring it into clarity. Similar to when you're doing a ritual, you're altering your physical to match your mental. So think about what you're initiating when you go into that space. So if you go into a space and you tell these people your problems and they say, let's drink them away, and you say, oh, I feel good. In order for you to go into that space again, guess what you got to do? The same process. This is where a lot of people get stuck in these processes, being bounded to something. because they're not turning their vice into a virtue. They're turning their vice into basically a vex. So now everything that they get has to come through this vex, this time portal, this nexus point in their timeline. So this times this equals me being this. This times this equals me doing this. This times this equals this. This times this. The white man ain't being shit times my oppression equals more oppression. My mom doing this to me when I was little times, my mom doing this to me. My mom doing this to me when I was little is the nurturing point. So that's the feminine aspect times this masculine aspect of trying to find niggas to fill that void of what it was not nurtured equals, ooh, I'm independent. I don't need no black men ain't shit. Whatever my lack of a father, which means I did not have the knowledge, times whatever how I'm being, I don't know how to nurture the aspects of what I'm going through, my emotions equals every woman that I get with, I end up hurting or doing some shit to. Because you're living through that point. That's the new potential. This is where most people get stuck, trying to be in a space, trying to see potential in it because they've never seen it before. They've never seen the actual potential being inside of a certain space of health. So they stay too long in this position. They stay over here. You stay here. You stay here based on longevity, and you just keep reanimating the same fucking dead shit. Like for me, my example, my father was my crossroads. So when I dealt with my father, after he transitioned in 2003, and I actually started like working when I got close further in around 2011, 12, and 13, dreams and shit, then really started doing that communication aspect with him. That was my fucking crossroads. That was my fork in the road. Challenging that fork in the road and going straight through the fork in the road and picking up what I needed to learn along those lines. That was a needed point in my life for me to actually make a separation. Because if I never met my pops, my father, my life would be dramatically different than it is now. I would have stayed in a certain position in my life because I would have seen that aspect as my normal. Everything that I went through, arguments that I saw, things that I ensued, all that would have been normal to me. So if I came to a point like right now, my entire process would be different. But since my purpose is in doing what I do now, I needed that fork in the road. When we're looking at our life based on the traumas and the things that go on, you need these aspects to come across that board so it can direct you to where you need to go next. So remember, there's no such thing as mistakes. It's only the decisions based on the information that was had at the time. So this makes it easy. These aspects of understanding that there's no such thing as a mistake, it's only based on the decisions, infinite possibilities and infinite probabilities. You think about something like that, you use that narrative in your mind, you set that mantra in your mind and say, niggas, based on the information that was had at the time. So what information did they have at the time to do what they did? That's the information that they were acting from. I have new information. Let me take my new information and say, they have a lack of this information. I have the information. So you automatically go into this state of, I have to forgive them. They don't have this information. That shifts the entire perspective of your mindset going forward. That's the healing process. It's understanding that you are acquiring the information, and the information that you are acquiring is only meant for you. Using that information for yourself until you're able to synthesize it and simplify it, and then accepting. This is the biggest part about accepting it. Accepting that the information that you have taken on and the information that is now prominent in you is not for anybody else to take on. If somebody comes to you, they have to have the same humility, the same honesty, the same transparency, the same forgiveness, understanding, and compassion that you have for yourself, that you have built for yourself. That is your boundary. That is your boundary. That is your standard. That is the trajectory that you take off on. That is going to have to be the same and equivalent in reflection to them getting the information that they get from you. So you can give them the information. You can speak that shit out there to them, plant the seed. But until they went through their own process and equivalent to the one that you went through, or in parallel rather, let them lay where they lay. Stop reanimating these dead subjects. There's so many people right now in this motherfucking point in fucking time that are at a certain point, but now they feel a sense of constriction because they're trying to make something else match their space. Nothing is going to match where you're at. That's where this consciousness and the wokeness shit come from. When everybody want to put on 50 fucking stones and crystals and all this other shit to fit into a narrative with other individuals. So now you just start talking like them and walking like them and being like them in hopes that as long as you're acting like them, that's the image that I need to uphold. You've now just masked your identity and your ego in something else. You've given yourself another attachment. It's not a connection. Challenging these attachments that you get attached to. Why are you attached to it? What are you looking for? What have you not surfaced? What have you not served inside of yourself? As that east goes to the west, as that sun rises from the east and it sets into the west, you're going to the westward. Because from the west, you get to go up to that next current up here. Because the current goes one of two ways. Either you're going to stay on that eastward path or the right-handed path. Yeah, it's actually the right-handed path. Because, never eat slimy. Yeah. The left-handed path is the westward. The eastward path or the eastern path, that's the aspects of the humanity. That's providing for humanity and giving to humanity and sustaining humanity. That's why you see everything in China. Resources are all coming from the east to come to the west. You can't keep doing that shit. Everything is shifting to the west point to go northward, to go up. You go because you have two paths. Everything's broken down into that path based on your heart, based on that heart. Where your heart's at. What is on your heart? If you have heavy burdens on your heart based on humanity, based on the traumas, based on all that shit, and you ain't dealt with it, you about to go right back to the east side. Where originally you got to go. You have to understand both aspects. This is when you start crucifying yourself, killing off your humanity. You go to that left-handed side of yourself over here. This is where it all started. This is why whenever I hear somebody say go back to Africa, the aspect that we gotta go back to Africa, we gotta go back to Africa, we gotta go back to Africa. Nigga, I've already done all that shit over there. I've already taken care of everything I needed to take care of and got every resource I needed from the motherland. I won't forget it because it's in me, but I've now unlocked myself from that space. I'm not landlocked. This is going to change the whole perception whenever you say, oh shit, Africa is the only shit that's locked into the earth. That's a physical representation of where you're at. So when you hear somebody say go back, when we got to go back to Africa, that means they're still grounded in the aspects of old. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. I like that. That is true. Sometimes even if it's not a trauma, it's mystery, the unknown, or the misunderstanding that has you wound up. Yes, 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 yes. But even that, that's a great point. That unknown aspect is, this is where your confidence in yourself is going to lie into. You stepping forward into that unknown or that mysterious point. What rises up first, what rises up naturally first, are the aspects of what that identity would be. Outside of this, what outside of this, outside of what I everything that I know, what will I be over here in this space? And that's the beautiful part about creating. You're now you're not reincarnating, you're incarnating. Every time that you, one more time. Ugh. Chaos is not to be controlled, it's to be chaos is not to be controlled, it is to be empowered. That's that whenever I think about the mystery and the unknown aspects and the uncharted aspects of myself, I think I use this mantra. Chaos is not to be controlled, it is to be empowered. Because without chaos, in the empowerment of my chaos, I cannot create. I remember saying that shit to myself like almost every fucking day when I made a program of mantras for myself. And I remember saying that shit to myself every day. And the things that came up at first, okay, we back. The things that will always come up at first were some of the most chaotic moments in my life. Like, I remember saying that, I remember going to my job and saying that every single day before I would go to work. Because I worked in a restaurant, and anybody's worked in restaurants is the most chaotic environments on just in my experience. So like through the chaos, it was like through the chaos, those unknown aspects of the chaos, it was like, where can I find my empowerment within this space of chaos? How can I use this chaos to keep me to how can I use this chaotic energy to help me create something in this space? And then when I started noticing, I started doing this, at first I was met with the doubts that I thought I put down, they came up. The fears that I thought I dealt with, they came up. This is that learn, unlearn, relearn, unlearn, relearn, unlearn, unlearn, relearn, unlearn, relearn, unlearn, relearn aspect. It's a continuous cycle. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, everybody done called out of work. I'm sitting online by myself. It's hot. It's a Friday night. Man, we got like we on a 15-minute, we on a 30-minute wait. It's me, two other managers. These managers ain't never cooked in a kitchen a day in their life. How can I use this chaos to my advantage? And then I remember like, this is when I first started my aspects of meditating and really shifting my meditation and pushing it to the limit. And I remember just sitting there in a meditative stance. And I remember it was like, one day it just clicked. And I was like, you here. I'm going to be right here because these are my strengths. Through the unknown is where you find your strengths. Mm-hmm. Yeah. through that unknown aspect, this is where you find your strength. This is where you find your purpose. Because until you can have all of the information that you want, taking all the intellectual aspect of information that you want, but then at the end of the day, you're gonna be sitting there like, okay, now what do I do? Because that's where that challenge is, where you're going to cultivate that purpose, cultivate that strength, and do exactly what you're supposed to do. So as I'm doing this, there was two aspects to this happening. Once you define the chaos, it becomes that new. It's new to that. It's that. That's what that is used for. So the only way the next challenge was for myself was not to define that chaos in that moment, but to condense that, to break this chaos down into, to shift my mindset from the 12 by 12 to the more that I do in this space based on the chaos, as long as I'm learning something in the aspect, what am I doing after I've established this chaos is what it is, that potential energy is what it is, and why I will be using it. The next aspect is, how can I simplify this potential energy and use it every time I go there without having to obscene to that chaos. This is the aspect when we come into the balancing of our emotions. When you balance your emotions in this nature, balancing yourself out, this is when you start to learn to balance your emotions. It's so you're not acting on anger. You're not acting on fear. You're not acting on the emotion, because there's only love and fear. So I'm not acting on fear. I'm not acting on love. I'm not acting on hate. I'm not acting on anything. I'm acting on pure potential. So whatever position that I'm in, so whatever position that I will be in, I'm still always going to activate the same way. So whether 3 people called out or the whole line called out, it was just me and another manager, or me and one other cook online, no matter what happened, since I'm not activating based on, man, damn it, they did it again, now I got to get angry to do it, I'm naturally moving seamlessly. And then what this actually starts doing is this is you programming yourself. This is you programming this body. This is you programming your tool. This is you programming your automaton. This is you activating them light codes and understanding that magnetosphere and keeping your auric field into a space to where now when I was going into that space, every time I went in there, I remember Monday through Thursday, Monday through Thursday, it was just me and my brother online. Because we had slowed down. No, we didn't slow down. We just didn't need that many people online. My brother would have one end of the line, and we always met in that middle point. And since my energy learned how to charge my energy, I naturally was able to charge him in that space. So we moved back and forth, meet in the middle point, go back out. We were literally doing nuclear fission through an entire ship. It was literally the example of nuclear fission. It was a quantum moment of coming together. Here's your strength, boom, boom, they're going back and forth. If he went down, my energy, this is me tapping into the chaos aspect of the energy, understanding what the space I was in. If I knew he was getting angry or getting frustrated or getting fatigued, I knew how to jump in. This is me in that same space. I was showing him how to do the same thing. You have to allow the individuals in your space to go through what they're going through in order for them to come to that same point. Or else you're going to have yourself in an imbalance. A lot of individuals, that unknown factor is always where we try to control things. That's where the ego is going to try to control it. Like, yo, it's scary over there. It's dark in there. Then I go over there. So using that same reflection in your shadow work, you be sitting there like, nah, I ain't going over there. It's dark. nigga, what do I know about this space? What do I know about this space? Even if the known is the unknown factor, if I'm in this space, I know my emotions. I know my emotions. I acknowledge the things that I know about myself. These are the things that I have power over. By having power over these aspects of myself and me keeping these under control, it allowed me to move into these darker spaces of myself with less fear. Remember that abyss. Whatever you take in there, that's what you gotta, that's ultimately what you're fighting. So if you go into that space, you go into that unknown with fear or doubt or an undone trauma or whatever it may be, whatever it may be at that space, whatever you take in there that you know, based on, and you haven't, and it's that's the one that becomes actually that wound. That's what you're getting wound up for, because the anxiety kicks in. You're like, oh my God, I don't want to, man. But what if this happens? Or what if this happens? What's the worst thing that can happen? Worst thing with any question is a no. The worst thing in any situation is that you can get horribly maimed and die. But if death is simply the transition, I guess that was my way to go out. Why didn't I pick? And then you can laugh at yourself through the astral belt and be like, nigga, I should have chose a different way to die. Why did I choose that way? But that's not a question that you ask yourself. Because you don't want to question yourself in your transition. You're like, this was the way I was supposed to go out. The ultimate process is, while you're going to that point, while you're dying before you die, is, am I doing everything in this moment? Yes. Figure out. Yes. That is I love it. That is exactly the point. You have to figure out what the chaos is, because the chaos is energy. Chaos condensed down into energy. Energy is simply emotion. So if the chaos comes from the stem of anger, you find out where the anger is rooted from. You find out where the anger is rooted from. You use that anger to your advantage, because you only can be angry for so long before your body naturally resets. You only can be sad, angry, happy. You only can be any of these fucking emotions for a certain point in time before your body naturally resets and kicks back in. That's the aspect of your barrier. Once you have your subconscious in alignment, you're aligning your subconscious, your alignment to yourself. It only, what you're really doing is, imagine, take this thought process. I know everybody's probably seen this meme. Was your day really bad, or did you have 10 minutes of undisciplined emotion that ended up being 20 minutes of you thinking about it? Yes, conduits. That's my other favorite word. So if you had 10 minutes of undisciplined emotion, anger, sad, whatever it may be, and then that turned into 20 minutes of you trying to bring that back into alignment or find a flaw, and then that messed up your whole day. So that becomes that, going back to the honesty with yourself, is like, why did I get angry at that? Because in reality, like, if you can state in your mind that everything is an illusion and everything is a reflection of you, yes, if everything is a reflection of me, what am I really being upset with? Like, what is there to be, what is there for me to be mad at? What is there for me to be jealous of? What is there for me to be anything of? If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not there. It's an aspect of it's an aspect of something that I put there based on the thought form that I've connected to it. This is bringing your emotions into the aspect of balance. once you learn that the chaos energy is the potential energy based upon the emotional imbalance, yes, you put that shit into that balance, you understand what that chaos is, you looking at it like, okay, cool. It's like me holding a ball. It's like me holding a ball of flame like I'm fucking Scorpion. The reason I can hold this ball of flame, similar to like the reason I can hold this stone, because I understand what it is. I understand that this chaos is energy and it can be condensed down into a matter. It can be condensed down into a solid. So my lack of emotion, me having a lack of emotional discipline, this same ball, if I'm not disciplined mentally, the way that I look at this ball, if I'm like angry as hell, I would just throw it at the fucking screen. I don't think I can crack a plastic screen. I put a crack in it, but then whose fault is it at the end of the day? I threw this at the screen. I got upset. I allowed my emotions to go undisciplined for me to do something. I allowed myself to be undisciplined. I did not understand the chaos and I did not understand the definition, the defined aspect of the chaos that I was working in that space. And I allowed it to keep me out of myself. So I reanimated from another space and brought it into this world. So I just keep bringing shit from this world into this world based on it served me a purpose. And it served me over here. So many people can stay so wound up and be like, oh my God, nigga, I don't like niggas. They don't like people because they do dumb shit. They doing what the fuck they supposed to do. Most people in honesty, like they can't charge themselves. So they need your energy. Yes. Make it all work for you. They need your energy in their space, in their reality. They need your energy in their space. That's what most things everything outside of you being that reflection, that conduit outside of you, it needs your energy in some way. You choose how you allow your energy to charge that principle, or charge that point, charge that conduit. So at the end of the day, it's like when you sitting there and you feeling that sense amounts, when you're feeling that the world is against you and it's just amongst guilt inside of yourself, man, everybody's against me. Don't nobody want to do this and this and this. And an aspect for that real thing is like, what are you not doing for yourself? That's what it's going to boil down to. It's always going to come back to you. What am I not doing for myself? My job don't want to give me the raise. How are you not raising yourself? My job don't want to give me that promotion. How am I not promoting myself? What steps can I take to promote myself? Maybe it's no longer, maybe I can't, maybe this glass ceiling that I'm looking at, even though it's glass, even though I can see the sky, even though I can see the trees, maybe this glass ceiling I need to bust through. Maybe I need the Willy Wonka, maybe I need the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and bust through this glass ceiling. Maybe it's time for me to bust out of this. Maybe it's time for me to leave this. But did I learn everything? If you hate something, this is the main thing when I tell people, like, you hate your job, you hate your relationship, you hate whatever it is. Did you learn everything from it? Is it better to learn in that space or outside of that space? Is it better to learn inside of that space or outside of that space? When it comes to your job and you hate your job, first you got to find out the reason why you hate your job. Honesty to yourself. That second aspect is my job not challenging me? How am I not challenging myself? Maybe I'm not challenging myself. Have I done everything that I could do in this space outside of, it doesn't matter, because I was in restaurants for about 15 years Yeah, I was in restaurants for about 15 years. I thought I was going to be a restaurant manager, general manager, and I laughed at myself like, nigga, I wouldn't have locks. I wouldn't have a beard. I wouldn't be nothing like I am now if I was a restaurant manager. All clean cut and shaved and shit, and living the dream of being a restaurant manager and smelling like French fries and all types of bullshit when I come home every day. But through that space, yeah, I was clean. I was the cleanest restaurant manager probably in that whole space because I used to say all types of mean shit to people. Like I walk in in my suit, my tie, my button up, my nice watch, shoes clean as fuck. I be like, nigga, I got no kid money. That's why I can do this. Cause I always made the shit work for me. Everybody in there mad. They were like, yo, how you staying so clean? I ain't got no kids. How you ain't got no kids? And nigga, I ain't decided to have no fucking kids. Fuck you mean? Because you're gonna start saying things and it's not gonna compute to them because they're not. This is how you start looking at the reflections of your past life, of that table of contents, and you're gonna start seeing the reasoning for why certain shit didn't link up for you. And that's the detachment process. Seeing why that shit didn't link up with you and seeing why other things did. Seeing what the heck you had to learn on this aspect and you coming into this space like, you know what? I see why this didn't happen and that didn't work and that didn't happen. I can honestly go back to every relationship that I was ever in and I can say I learned something from every relationship that I was in. I learned my faults. I learned the reasons for those faults, and I have an aspect of understanding and compassion for every relationship that I was in. Would I go back to them? No, because even though I have accepted what that body of work was, that chaos was, I've defined it, made it what it was, defined it for what it was that it needed for me. I don't have to partake in it anymore. In order for that to reanimate, I have to be in that space. I'm not in that space anymore. This is your growth. You don't have to go back. You don't have to accept that. The key is accepting, but you ain't got to partake in it. You ain't got to go back to that. It's like if I had 7 shots of Patron sitting in front of me, yes, I could take all 7 shots. Yes, I have a high tolerance. I have a high tolerance for alcohol. Nigga, I fuck with the spirits all the fucking time. So, nigga, my shit's just up there. But if I have 7 shots of alcohol in front of me and I know I'm not a big drinker, I don't have to take those 7 shots. The aspect of the emotional thing, you're going to have those external aspects outside of you be like, oh, man, you a punk and you all this and this and this. But like, nah, nigga, I just know I can take probably 2 or 3 of these. I can take these throughout the night, but I'm not going to run these back. Why? That's your growing up. You don't need to take these shots. You're not doing any of this shit for anybody else. You ain't doing this shit to prove anything to anybody else. At most, you're becoming the example of something that they're going to strive for. That negative aspect, that's how your boundary is going to become stronger, because the negative aspect of you're not doing what you used to do, you switched up and you changed and all this shit, that's going to be what's going to reinforce your barrier to make it stronger in your growth. You're going to see why you had to separate. You're going to see why that gap came. Yes, exactly. If you think so, but that's not my reality. You was sitting there like, nah, that ain't me no more. You can feel that way. You can, but that's not me. That's not my shit no more. If you would like to come over and sit over there and take them shots in my house, go ahead. Sure. you're going to have a whole different experience because I fuck with a whole different type of fucking energy. You're setting your boundaries. You're setting your tone for your reality. Once you start moving in that way, once you have defined that aspect, once you define that chaos, you define that aspect, you now have the power to either reanimate old shit, bring shit back to life, or leave it dead. That's the aspect of you being the god, the cultist, the titan, the chaos being. That's what you do. This is what we do. The key is to get back to your beginning. Stop looking at your end. That was your ending. All the because when you're gonna go back and look at it, you're gonna see that damn. All that shit could have ended me, but it didn't. All that shit was my ending. This is my beginning. And then that's when you read. That's what I guarantee when you go in there and look at the fucking book of the, you go look at the book of the dead, you go look at the funeral text, you go look at the coffin text, you go start reading these fucking mythos all over again, and you'll be like, shit, I'm going through my fucking hero's journey. I'm unlocking myself and opening up my other eye. You have 4 eyes. These that see, this one that envisions, and this one back here. Because you got that other one back here. This is actually the 3rd eye. This is actually the 4th eye. This is the 4th eye because it takes in the information. This becomes your 4th because this is your 3rd. Once you activate your 3rd, this nexus point for where all your information comes into. Think about the movie The Matrix when they plugged that shit in the back of that nigga neck and they were giving that nigga the program. This is your 3rd. This is your 4th. This is the programming eye. Your subconscious is the program. Your 4th eye. This is the eye of Horus. This is the eye of Thoth. Yeah, Mundila Blingata. I never know. Right back here in this little nexus point, right? This the nexus point. This the program point. This the 3rd. This the 4th. This the one that creates the. This is your ability to create that 4D tapestry or your 4D foundation to step into that 5D. I think that's how you spell it. I think. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Your aspects, the things that you've been conditioned through. That's why I said, like when I said it earlier, like when you think about if you have always been through a certain condition and it created your identity, and that's how you see everything, you have to go back to the reflection of like the first relationship that was used as an example, the first relationship that was in your life. The first relationship that you saw is going to be the blueprint for every relationship that you create after that. Even if it's in the aspect of you're proving that you do not want to, even if it's in the access point of saying, I saw these negatives and I turned them into positives. The problem with that is that conditioning aspect. That condition aspect is always going to have you going back to square one, your original default program. So it doesn't matter how good something becomes because you do not understand that aspect yet. But since you don't understand the aspect of since you don't understand the original causes, you're going to be taking that original effect, the original causes effect, new original effect, and using that as your cause. So now you're going to be sitting there I'll use it for the example. If I remember key aspects of relationships, the relationships that I bonded with in like friendships, brotherhoods, there's all relationships in that aspect of myself. I was transmuting through that space of never wanting to be like my pops. And my pops was like stuck in his ways, separation, like it was this horrible ass event. So I kept transmuting through that aspect. So when it came to a point in certain relationships, I would only get to a certain point before my shut off would hit. Because I learned that I didn't learn why that shut off. I didn't learn why that shut off was so prominent. Why that closeness, or why I was not getting so close, or why I couldn't get to a certain point. So after this point of you reconstructing your life, is now your default is going to be deconstructing it, so you can reconstruct again. So that's the base, the conditioning, and then the subjective way of thought. Like, we can take information in, like, we can take all the information in all day. We can sit, because this is what we're accustomed to. We can sit here all day and just build and build and build and build, and just keep building and just keep going and going and going and going. And we don't need a stopping point until, like, all right, nigga, I'll holler at you tomorrow, whatever. We can do that. We've done that. If we do that in negative aspects, I remember, like, going to my mom's house and my brother, and just watching my little brother, like, I'm like, I never had to do the aspect of standing out on the corner. Nigga, my father and our family was different. Like, we were the ones that gave that to them. So I never seen that aspect. So I remember the first time seeing my brother just standing there, all of them there sharing a cigarette, all of them there sharing a soda. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Man, we was out there trapping. I was like, I saw y'all have a freestyle. I sat in my car. I watched y'all have a freestyle contest. I watched y'all share some chicken from KFC. I watched y'all. I didn't see y'all not sell not one thing. So what were you doing? Nigga, that's how they like, okay, I guess that's how y'all do it. But it was based on the condition of the environment that he was in. I had accepted it, but I was like, nigga, that's not it. My initial aspect, if I was in the older aspect of self, I would be like, nah, this is how you do it. But I didn't want that to happen. I was literally seeing, this is another aspect of understanding patterns. I was seeing in real time what the lack of something can do for an individual. The lack of seeing some type of guidance is where he led down that, he went to that space, because he was looking based on the knowledge that he had. So when we think about that aspect, we're shifting out of the subjective system of overload. Like, because this system here is based on the subsequential aspect of program, process. It only can process so much, and it only can store so much. That's why these niggas don't know what the fuck to do now, and they got you sitting in the house. They got motherfuckers sitting in the house talking about putting on your mask and just stay in the fucking house. Nigga, there's whole hours of the day where I go outside, no mask. I'm just outside. Like, nigga, I don't know why, but you go back. I remember, like, it just doesn't compute to me, because I'm further understanding that I'm not a part of that system. I'm not a part of this system. And I know I'm not. I know I'm of this system. That's why I can sustain within it. But I said that right. I know I'm of this system so I can sustain in it, but I'm not a part of it so I can leave as I need to. So the information for us in that aspect is different than for them, because they've only learned their processing is full. Their storage is full. And to remove those aspects, remove what's in their storage or in their drives, that's something they're not willing to do, because they're used to getting what they're getting through it. They're used to going to their job, and they're used to making their little bit of money. They're used to getting their little bit of smoke. They're used to doing a little bit of shit, and they haven't expanded past that point. Meanwhile, most of us is But most of us is experience the more finer delicacies of the higher aspects through shrooms and other psychedelics. So, but we are in the understanding of, nigga, the only reason it came, yeah, a lot of people don't want to reprogram, and that's just going to be on them. They're going to do the things, they can do the same thing that we can literally, I literally had this conversation earlier today. They can literally want to do what we want to do, but they're part of the program. This is the other thing we got to understand. They're part of the program of not wanting to reprogram helps us to be able to program. Their inability to want to reprogram gives us our ability to program, because we have an example of what not reprogramming does. We have an example of what not unlearning does. We have that example. If we approach it based on emotion, then we'll be like, why don't you niggas want to rise up, and why don't y'all niggas want to do this, this, and this? And then they'll be like, why? And then you got to give them a why. And then if you don't have a why, it messes up your confidence, and you actually it messes up your confidence and giving you a distraction and be like, I don't know why. But man, because anything better than where you at? Man, I got a house, I got a car, I can get every time you come to somebody that does not want to, that is not in the aspect that they stuck being poverty soldiers, they stuck being in that aspect of life. Every time you go to them, they're going to give you some mundane reason for the process of why they don't want to do it. They're going to give you something mundane. Their mind is not going to have the confidence to challenge stepping out of that space. They like being broken. They like what they're getting from that space. Exactly. We are what we are for a reason. You're in this space for a reason. You see something where they see the end, where they see the beginning, their middle, and then to end, and then to repeat. We see the end, and then the middle, and then we see the beginning. We see their end. What they see as the end, we see as our beginning. And what they see as our beginning, we see as our end. That is literally looking into the eyes of yourself and seeing it refract. This is what you're seeing when you look at them, like, oh. Because then you start understanding why niggas don't. You just start seeing the shit and you're like, whew. You just start seeing the shit like, yeah. And then you just have fun laughing at them. Because every time I see somebody not wanting to embrace or go to the next level, I don't even get mad anymore. I ain't got mad for a while. I just look at them and I remind them if I need to, and then I go on about my business. It's like, it's not your shit. It's not for you to hit them and be like, yo, I need y'all to do this, this, and this, and I need you to do this, this, and this, and maybe if you do this, this, and this, after you've given them all the game, you got to give them room to play it. That's basically what it is. After you give them all the game and all the nexus points, after that, it's like, all right, cool. Let them do what they do. Let the dead lay with the dead. Let them stay in existing while you living. We understand that this shit is lit. We understand that this shit is fun. Yes. Your path belongs to you. Yes, exactly. Move your mind into the vast abundance of potential that is a beautiful achievement. That is what you're going into. You're aligning into your abundance. You're aligning with your prosperity. You're aligning with your wealth. In order to align with those higher aspects of energy, you becoming that shit, you got to realize you got to have something down below you that is the opposite of what you are. In order for you to be able to say, because I always use this example. If everybody was on the same frequency, what would be your purpose? If everybody was on the same frequency, what would be the purpose of all the shit that you're doing? What would be the purpose of me giving a lecture every Friday? What would be the purpose of me doing any of this? What would be the purpose of you doing anything that you doing if everybody was on the same vibration and on the same frequency? What would be the purpose? That was the original reason of your fall anyway. That's the original reason you went to sleep. You be sitting around here like, yeah. You wouldn't build anything. You wouldn't aspire to do anything. You become complacent. You go through the same process all over again. You just repeat this shit. That's the whole aspect of motherfuckers coming back down here with baby brain. They keep repeating this same cycle because they ain't learned what they needed to learn. The contradictions that they needed to learn. What about you? I'm feeling like readings. Yes. And especially now, because it's exactly like Sims characters, because Sim characters now can eat booty. So yeah, Sims characters can now eat ass. So I mean, it's this merged together. I saw something that was crazy as fuck when I was watching House on my Hulu today. And they have the Thursday night football game ticket thing. You can literally choose your announcer and playlist and all that shit. And I'm like, this shit is a big ass game. Yeah, it's like, wait, you can literally take that much control of the game. And then I started looking, I was like, nigga, that is some Grand Theft. This is some Grand Theft Auto shit. Every day you get to wake up. When you're in a healed space, you can wake up and do anything you fucking want. I literally play 7 days a week. But I'm actually getting stuff done. I literally play 7 days a week. It never feels like work to me. That's why when I do a lecture, it doesn't feel like this is not work. This is fun for me. Putting out the information. This shit is fucking fun. Like, I literally play 7 days a week and get paid for my services. This is what you're coming into. That's your God shit. That's God shit. That's goddess shit. That's Titan shit. That's the higher. That's what you doing. But you have to go through the process of healing so you can actually, because I couldn't do this if I didn't trust myself. I couldn't do this if I wasn't honest with myself. If I didn't realize there was a point. Here's the thing that I've come to notice. And this is mind blowing every time I think about it. Here's something that I've come to notice. If I did this, and this was my sole stream, my purpose to do, I was just doing this, that would mean that I would put all my energy into this or all my eggs into this basket, but I didn't create anything outside of it in streams. So when I think about the millionaire mindset and all the millionaire books that I read in that aspect, being a millionaire, and the first thing of being a millionaire is having 7 streams of income. I took 7 streams of the thought process Yes. 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 You got to everything. Yes. But I thought about it. I was like, if the seven, I literally like was sitting there meditating one day when I read that. I was actually listening to an audiobook. I was listening to the audiobook about the fuck? Okay. I was listening to the audiobook and I was like, seven streams of income, seven chakras. So my initial stream of income, I was going from this way down. So my initial stream of income would be my alignment to my wealth and abundance, would be the knowledge that I'm bringing out in the vision, what I speak based on clearing the heart chakra, that's embracing the power aspect. So where I bring my power to, into the aspect of my confidence in when I speak in and being rooted into it. So that's the first line of the synonymous of my streams of my energy, as in the points of my streams of my income, or how I use my energy to charge my streams of income. Breaking that down, that's why your felony or your trauma can stop you from getting the job that you want. Your felony or trauma can stop you from getting the job that you want. So you wanted to be the best sister, brother, wife, whatever it may be. You feel me? On the external aspect. But it cannot stop you from getting your LLC or getting your energy in order, getting your LLC or getting your heart or owning yourself together. Because from creating and owning yourself, that LLC mindset, stepping out the 12 by 12 and into that ownership aspect, that allows you to create the counterparts to the conduits of what you're trying to get to. So yes, it's definitely those hurdles, those lanes, all that. It's all about that reconstructing, that deconstructing. It's all about every day that you waking up, what are you going to do that day? What are you going to be embracing that day on that day? What are you doing? What are you doing to impact the space that you in? What are you doing to change the energy that you in? What are you doing to bring your shit into this space? But it all depends on what you're doing up here first. So if in here is all tangled and fucked up, then your world gonna be tangled and fucked up. You're gonna keep reanimating those dead spots, those dead zones, those zones where you can go hide at. Yeah, there ain't nothing stopping you. Once you understand that shit, that doing that work, once you get through that work process and then you apply and then you reapply, and you applied and you reapply. Once you start doing that shit, all this shit easy. You ain't worrying about nothing because you in your purpose. You doing what you supposed to do. You setting the table. Everybody can have their own fucking table, and all them tables can fucking connect. And everybody's moving the food around those tables. But that's on the conscious minds. That's on the nexus point of that consciousness and what you bringing down. Niggas try to build. We didn't build the pyramids. We didn't build the pyramids from the bottom up. We built them from the. We didn't build the pyramids from the bottom up. We built them from the top down. We didn't build any of this shit from the bottom up. We built it from the top down. The whole aspect of you coming down to this level is to understand it from the ground up so you understood what the fuck you built. You're seeing it from a different perspective. That way, when you go all, when you at this peak, when you up here, when you in your crown and you sitting on your throne, and you like, yeah, I'm just waiting. I did everything I needed to do. Just waiting for that moment to pop off, and I'm out. You can look down at all your shit and all the stuff that you've done, and you can see all the examples that you set. You've seen everything that you needed to do. You did everything you needed to see. Now I can create whatever fuck I need to create. Now I'm learning how to create. Constantly learning how to create, learning how to move on that aspect and grow. Come to me. So pull out my magical bag. Tricks. It's a blissful feeling. That takes you into the connections of that takes you into the higher aspects of using psychedelics. Because you're not using them to get high, you're using them to once you took in the information, and then you partaking into the godly aspects, or you're indulging in the godly aspects of bliss, the things that bring bliss. It's taking you to the next level of understanding to build into that space. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna do a couple readings. Yeah, not to get high. This shit ain't to get high. You already high. I'm already high. I'm already high. You getting high, but not, yeah, exactly. I'm high, but I'm not looking to be like, oh, I gotta get high. I don't want to get high. I'm already high. The highness that you're getting to is you're stabilizing yourself into the higher aspect of that realm. Your mindset is like, yeah, it's like when I mushrooms and DMT and all this shit, it's putting me in the space where the information is already coming from. So I'm just, once again, taking my physical mirror and matching it to my spiritual mirror. So I'm looking at myself directly. So it's like, it's not, nigga, I'm so high because I'm escaping some shit. Nigga, I'm not here anymore anyway. I'm gonna do it. I think I am gonna do a couple readings. Exactly. Everything is already naturally inside of you. You're just untapping it, especially when you transition anyway. The DMT releases into your body, and the amount of DMT that releases into your body is based on the amount of work that you've done. You need a certain level of DMT to even transition. You need a certain level of DMT to be released into your body so you do not come back into it. Surprise. You need a certain level of DMT to be released into your body so you do not come back into it. So you ain't got to come back. Yeah. Yeah, we just built for like an entire hour after that. If you have any questions, you can throw them up in the comments. We just building right now. We just gonna build. We don't take this next moments to build. You have any questions? You have any questions? You can throw them in the comments. If you're interested in a reading, I got these cards. Like the spirit told me to grab the cards. So if you're interested in a reading, if you're interested in a reading, the link is the Cash App links in the comment section. If you're interested, if you want a reading, if you would like a reading, you can either We can do it now, or you can schedule the reading, set up the reading, or you can hit the number. I'm putting the number in the damn shit. Do. Oh, shit. Maybe I should hit the other button. Maybe I should do it that way. Yeah, do it like that. 910-777-08. That's the number. I'm not gonna. I can't do that. Yeah. If you're interested in services from the consultation to see where you at, do that work on aspect. I do the spiritual therapy, spiritual consultations, guidance, therapy aspects, shadow work. GodaCoAlchemistLLC.com. That's in the everything's in the description. If you're interested in a reading or just you have some questions, you can hit that number 910-777-7708. That's the line to my, that's of course the other cell phone number. Send a text, call, text, and we can build from there. I just want to see you be fucking great. That's the whole fucking key of anything that you wanted to do. You should be one. I want you to succeed and go to that next level. I want you to advance. I want you to be the fucking best. So yeah, readings, consultations, natal chart analysis, consultations, the best conversation you will have of your life based on you wanting to grow and expand past where you are at. That's my guarantee on the consultation with me. With the consultation is 65. Consultation is 65, and it starts with a shadow reading. And if you were not came in early on this, the shadow reading, if you're not familiar with a shadow reading spread, the shadow reading spread goes into the aspects of what you need to accept, what you need to receive, what you need to accept, what is there to forgive, what you need to forgive, what is there to be released. These three aspects go into the other three aspects, which is what you will learn, where you will find healing and recovery, and where you will find help. From that shadow reading, we do the build, seeing where you're at, seeing what you want to what you need to work on, and then we build the session. We build your package. We build your packaging from there. It can be anywhere from simple as guided meditations, a couple of days out the week, all the way up to like the full session where we sit down, we discuss it, we bring it to the surface. We discuss the ways to deal with it, work on it, and then take yourself forward. And then we go from there. I have clients that are ongoing clients with me where you can actually like literally text me. Yeah, I'm up tonight. Anything that you're needing in that aspect of where you're going forward, this is what I do. This is what I'm here for. That's the aspect of me giving you the information, and then we build from there. So what you're trying to achieve is that ultimate aspect to yourself. A shadow reading by itself is going to my Rolodex because I be forgetting shit. Everybody forgets stuff. It's okay to forget things. Y'all would think I would know that shit automatically. Go. Go into my notes. I don't want to give somebody the wrong information. Yeah, the shadow reading by itself is 50. Yeah, it's like 50. The shadow reading by itself is 50. I suggest for the extra 10 or the extra 15, getting the full consultation. Yeah, I don't remember no. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of human shit. But yeah, I suggest the aspect of doing the full consultation, because from the consultation with the shadow reading and then the build, because the shadow reading just gives that is just going to give us aspects. I'm just going to literally give you the aspects of the what you need, what the forgiveness, and those aspects as to that. With the consultation, it's going to be, what are your questions? It's an hour build. It's an hour aspect. You have an entire hour to ask questions, and this is where I'm at, and this is what I've been thinking about, and this is how I feel about this, and we build from there. As opposed to the other aspect, when you look into just the shadow reading, I can just give you the information. I'm gonna give you. We'll have the information. We'll have a conversation, but it's not as in depth. It's not as in depth. That's why I don't do. That's why I really don't do the shadow reading by itself. I always do it with the consultation, because I want to give you the best. I want to give you the best line of information and stuff that you need to go forward with. But yeah, the shadow reading is 50. You can set that up. You can set it up. We can build from there. You also can build from there after that. Yeah. Like I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave with questions that you could ask, and then we can build from those questions. I'd rather you take I'd rather you have your hour to that hour, and we have that build, and we go from there. And then from there, be like, okay, cool. What do you want to do next? What do you want to, like, from here? This is my recommendation, and building forward. But yeah. But yeah, we can set that appointment up. Wait, do you want a reading? Do you want the reading? Or you want like the whole consultation? Because if you want to do the whole consultation, we can do the whole consultation. I can schedule. I can slot you in for tomorrow after 12. Yeah, I have openings after 12 for full consultations. Yeah, I have after 12. I got a 1 o'clock spot, a 2:15 spot, a 3 o'clock spot. Yeah, we got those spots. Do 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 do. Yep. That's the main point. Like you got the information is there. I ain't going nowhere. This is what I'm here for. What was I about to say? Yeah, I just want you to be fucking great. Herb. This you have the information, you have the number. This to schedule your consultation. This all I need is your email address and your name, basically. Your name, email address. That way you'll get an email from me. You'll get the email confirming or what you call it. Oh shit. Breezer, are you cool with that? She said hey. Y'all better have me up all goddamn night. For the consultation is 65. Yeah. They want it. That's what they gonna get. Yeah. Y'all got Skypes or Zooms? Because I'll set those joints up now. See, here that's Soul Tribe vibes right there. That's Soul Tribe vibes. She does say typing. No problem, no problem, no problem. If it resonates, allow it to make you elevate. Take yourself to the next level. That's the whole key. You want that shit to challenge you and take you out of your, you want to be out of your comfort zone. You want to be in a space where this is another reason why I do the Friday night lectures. Because I love the ones that are ready, that it resonates with, and it takes them to that next level. But yeah. Yeah. Everybody good? Everybody good? My comments be lit. If you don't take anything from this, take the energy. Allow it to take you to that next level. Allow it to challenge you, allow it to make you better. As I write my ashes. Oh, it did it for me. I like that. Cool. Oh my God. I'm gonna sign out because I just got some readings I gotta do real quick. I love y'all. We love us. Ashe. Oh, I supposed to hit that one first. Now in the stream.